7 o'clock in St. Louis, you are listening to The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. From the Stiefel Studios, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Jackson Burkett is on the ones and twos, and Chairman Kurt is filtering not only the Collier and Thompson phone lines, but the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, which comes your way on the polosplus.com dossier at approximately 9:45. Jeremy Rutherford in studio at 8:45, but on the phone. Is he running from us because he knows we'll hold him accountable? Is that right? Being with the club trade deadline.
How about that?
Look at this guy. So he's going to be with us at 6:45. Forget about it.
Maybe doing laps around the Space Needle, having a little coffee.
Martin, of course, Seattle, the site where you, myself, and Matt Weiner dined. And Matt Weiner, when we were ordering, was not sure what to order. And he goes, oh, yeah, trout's terrific. Salmon sucks. And, Doug, that lives with me 26 years after that Rams-Seahawks game. Was that at Husky Stadium because they were building?
It might have been. I don't know.
Why don't I remember that?
Oh, man, what a
Are you
poignant
sure
moment.
it was me? Because I never
100%.
went to Husky Stadium.
Oh,
Who else
now this is a significant moment.
This does happen over the years. I talked about the Michael Waka-Pittsburgh game, and Charlie's like, dude, I was there. I'm like, oh, yeah, that's right, I wasn't there. Sorry, Roger Clemens, I misremembered. But that one does not ring a bell. I was on the road with Weiner in New Orleans.
Maybe Weiner can be a surprise guest and we can tend to this.
Okay.
Because I know his personality, and he will love that I will bring up a dinner from 26 years ago in which he said, trout's terrific, salmon sucks. But I live by that credo. However, I have to tell you, I do enjoy salmon, so he's wrong.
Yeah.
Could it have been Dan Issa, maybe?
No, I don't remember that. He was working with Rich Gould.
Don Bell.
Don What the Hell Bell.
Corey, who was the guy?
Might have been Stu Clytenic.
Could it have been? Boy, he had long
Was
arms.
it Gottsegen?
No, I don't remember that
the
too. I
Brow.
interned
Remember
for
that?
him. I interned for him and Rich Gould.
Hey, the brow's here. Let's see. I don't remember.
I'll be honest with you. I'm just letting him load up the text inbox
There we
because
go.
they're coming for Jackson today. And Jackson.
Try to put that off a little bit.
Nope.
What was that spread again? Okay.
Papers, would you like to issue a statement regarding what occurred last night in Norman, Oklahoma?
Well, some games get your ass beat. Last night was a prime example. Came out flat, minimal energy, general lack of when I say lack of energy, it really was a lack of hustle. I mean, they got beat on almost every 50-50 ball, couldn't shoot. Oklahoma was stroking it from deep.
Don't say stroking it from deep.
All right. They were knocking them down from three.
Okay.
Do you like that?
That's better.
And that just happens. The sky is not falling because you lost in Norman. It certainly gets a little more difficult to get the double bye in the SEC tournament. But
Currently a 5 seed, Doug.
But as Dennis Gates and Gabe have said before, it's never as good as it seems. It's never as bad as it seems. Sometimes you just get smoked. Happens.
Yeah. When you play top-tier competition, and they do every night in that league, and in college Division I basketball really all over the country.
Right.
Somebody can get hot on you and make you look bad.
Yep.
And Oklahoma shot very well from three, and Mizzou didn't.
Yep.
That's about the end of it.
Yep.
But when you start 0 for 9 on the threes, I was listening to the radio broadcast, and Gervino and Mike Kelly said they overheard Dennis Gates yell, "Stop shooting threes." When the coach is saying what the fans are thinking, please adhere.
Yeah, and I think they did try to get inside, probe a little bit. Mark Mitchell was credit to Porter Mosier and his staff. They did a good job of scheming up to not allow Mitchell to get comfortable anywhere inside 15 feet. Kind of did a good job, stifling T.O. Barrett's recent run. I thought, and this is not the reason that they lost, I want that to be crystal clear, but I thought that there was a lot of hand checks that went uncalled in Oklahoma, putting 2 hands on Mark Mitchell every time he drove to the basket. It wasn't called on both sides for a while, and then they eventually started calling on Mizzou. Again, not the reason that they lost, but if you're wondering why can't Mark Mitchell get to the rack as easily, I thought there was a lot of the physicality on the perimeter.
I had a real problem with the way Xavier Brown is spelling his first name.
A lot of Scrabble points you get out of that
There's
name.
no excuse.
XZ.
Xzayvier.
Yeah.
You're making that up. You're
To
just
have
absolutely
X,
making.
Y, and Z in your first name is pretty impressive.
Yeah, that was good. And a V, too.
So that's my statement.
I think it's excessive.
I agree. I saw it on the TV on the Chiron there, and I was laughing. I was like, I've never seen someone get that.
That's awful.
That's the highest Scrabble score I've ever seen in one name.
33% from three-point land, 50% from the free throw line, Doug. 8 of 16.
Yeah. Couldn't knock him down either.
Don't you think that those of us in this room could almost hit 50% from the free throw line? Maybe not after running up and down the court.
Sure.
But if we just got to shoot 50%, we could hit almost that, right?
You know, a hostile crowd could factor in. It didn't seem like
No.
Norman
Lightly
was
attended.
Norman was
kinda
not
like Starkville.
buzzing last night.
No, a lot of empty seats in Norman. Yeah, there was no external excuse. You know, road game, home game doesn't matter. You just got smoked.
It's just hard to
5,700
trust
there.
Mizzou, isn't it? Just because they are kind of a weird.
Just when I was
team.
getting ready to trust
See?
them. But see,
See?
this is what, was it the Hoosiers Trojan horse, Doug, or Lady Sonia's teacup said? They're the pool boy. Or no, they're your wife who you know screws around, and then you want to love her, but you know that the pool boy is going to come around, and then she's going to start engaging in hand play
I don't
or even
know.
aggressive coitus. I don't know.
Oh,
Either way, Oklahoma's the pool boy.
okay.
Yeah. I don't think it's necessarily a Mizzou-centric thing. I think that's just kind of the nature of college basketball. There's probably only 10 truly consistent great teams right now in college basketball. That's like Arkansas is an outstanding basketball team. They got smoked last weekend. Like these things, like, and again, that's Florida compared to Oklahoma, not in the same world, but it's like it's hard to be truly consistent throughout a long 32-plus game schedule. It's just it's not feasible. This stuff is going to happen. You hope it doesn't happen late in the year, but you have a big opportunity to get right on Saturday against a great Arkansas team.
There are a handful of teams, 3 or 4 maybe, who have kind of bogarted the superstars, and they don't tend to have nights like this. But almost everybody else does.
Yep. It'll happen.
These
And,
things they're not happening to Duke
yeah.
and Arizona.
Right. Those are the
Michigan.
truly consistently
Yeah.
great teams.
Yeah.
Jackson, do you want to update the local college basketball rankings?
Unchanged. Illinois is still top dog.
They kind of jacked around last night themselves.
Yep. Picked up a W, though, and bounced back. Bounced back for the Illini. But, yeah, I still think Illinois won, Mizzou and SLU vying kind of in the same
tied.
spot. When I say tied, I'd say if you rolled the ball out 10 times for them to play a game, it probably goes 5-5, maybe 6-4.
Who's the 6?
Probably Missouri.
Ah!
There.
Ah!
Probably Missouri.
Man.
On
It's going to piss off
senior night.
Kwame Voyukas the
Yeah,
fourth,
on
Martin.
senior night, no less. Tonight we say goodbye to Robbie Avila after his 2-year run.
Yeah.
At Chaffetz.
Can't they get another 3 or 4 years of eligibility for him?
They could probably find out somewhere, somehow.
I hope they try.
Seems like I guess the guy at Alabama. I say the football guys seem more determined to stay than any of them.
Yeah.
There's a guy in Montana, you see, he's going on his 9th year of eligibility.
Around the SEC last night, number one, Alabama, as in not number one, but I'm listing my Roman numeral points. Martin, Doug likes when I do
I
outline
don't
form
think it's necessary.
conversation. Alabama lost by 10 to Georgia. So I would imagine Georgia, if there was any bubble sense there, that probably puts them in. Jackson, do you have them in? They're now 9-8 in
Georgia
the
is
SEC.
trending the right direction.
Also in the SEC last night, Mississippi State decided to continue to not show up, and they only lost by 34 to Florida. And Vanderbilt had to go to overtime to beat Ole Miss. Hotty toddy, good gosh almighty. Auburn got a win. Kentucky got worked over. About that?
Yeah.
What do you think about that?
Yeah. This is, again, like on any given night, you just might get your ass kicked. But essentially, loss is a loss and win's a win. If you lose by 1, lose by 20, kind of ends up being the same. Oh, lost by, 11? But, yeah, not a great performance last night from Kentucky.
Illinois, scoreboard-wise, beat the hell out of Oregon and did cover the number 18.5. But I know some Illini fans were a little irritated with what at times looked like a lackluster performance. Started slow, then was able to pull away at the half, and then also was able to rally to make it look good. Doesn't matter. It's a bounce-back win. And then Jackson's guy, Bick Cronin, is he on a heater now? He goes and beats Nebraska by 20 in the Big Ten.
Yeah.
How about that? Nebraska and Danny Nee.
He's not there anymore.
They're a weird team, man. If they'll sometimes just lay absolute eggs, Nebraska.
Watch this, Doug. Live by the 3, die by the 3.
Oh, boy, that's
Dangerous team in the tournament because they could beat anybody and
Well,
then
if
lose
they
to
get
anybody.
hot from beyond the York. But guess what they did last night against Bick Cronin's defense? 5 for 24. Yay. Why? Yeah.
Yeah, 52 points for a top 10 team like that. Not good.
Don't
They're
really
going
want to
against
see
McKernan.
Don't really want to see McKernan go on a heater because I feel like if he has any success now, he's going to be ready to school the room.
Yeah.
Texas Tech lost at home to TCU.
After, they lost JT Toppin, went on a 3-game winning streak, including winning at Ames, and then, laid an egg last night.
And then Rock Chalk fumble effing around.
Bill Self tossed from the game.
Yeah, how about
What
that?
did he do?
Banny little rooster over there.
He was. He looked like his
10.
face was going to explode.
When he left, when he was walking out of the tunnel, the Arizona State, I guess, pyrotechnics team blew the smoke out of the air like they do when the players are on the floor. I was like, damn, you're playing a dangerous game there, Sun Devils. A dangerous game.
Toupee or no toupee?
I'm not going to comment.
Jackson will not be commenting on that or breaking the tie between Missouri and SLU, even though he did say that Missouri would win 6 out of 10 times.
So wasn't your dad classically trained at spotting the tube?
I think his only hobby is spotting toupees, and he calls them hair hats. And
Jimmy, look, that looks awful. It's a
it
raccoon
wouldn't,
on the
it
man's
wouldn't be
head.
that way. It'd be kind of like Joe Pesci meeting Frank Vincent outside their casino. And he'd have his mouth covered up so the feds couldn't observe the lip reading. And he'd go, look over there to the right. I go, what the hell's going on? That's a hair hat.
Oh,
Dead squirrel, 9 o'clock.
So really enjoyed it. Oh, that's a hat. That's what it's.
I think the Bill Self belief is that there's something going on up there. Yes.
well, some of the hair hats are so good you can't really
Well, I'd
tell.
say his is Hall of Fame worthy, whatever's going on.
Doug Mount Rushmore of toupees.
Well,
And was Gene Katie a comb over?
yeah, that was strictly
Comb over.
comb over there. I don't know that I have him. Marv Albert had a good one. He had a couple different ones.
I feel like the toupee industry is really hurting with the old hair transplant
Yeah,
improving.
probably so.
Oh, wow. Standing up for big toupee.
Yeah, I think you're probably right on that.
Yeah.
It's probably
I mean,
a lot
how
cheaper.
many guys like under the age of like your peers are running around? Thinking,
Well, that's the thing about the toupee that I never got is like it's a pretty with the hair transplant. It's a gradual. Like it took 9 months for you to like actually like look like you had normal looking hair.
6 or so,
6 to 9 months. Toupee overnight. You now have this luscious head of hair. And it's like, who are you fooling with that? Like you'd have to wear a hat for a couple of months just to like throw people off the scent.
But when you're cutting the lawn, do you take it off? When you're-
Well, a lot of them are sewn in.
Okay.
what about when you go to bed? Is there a little mannequin by the vibrator?
They
That's a bad
sew
one.
it. They don't sew in
Yeah.
the toupee into your scalp.
Some people, have it or sewn into like the,
I know there's a lot
the
of
hair on the
glue.
sides. Yeah, but it's like, there's a process they do to essentially fasten it so you don't have the situation where the wind blows and your hair comes all the way up like a Lego
Like a
Like a Lego.
or like a convertible
Lego.
Like a little rug,
soft
yeah.
top. You don't want that.
Soft top.
Yeah.
Did you specialize in creative writing? Did you get an A++ in your descriptive writing?
My mother's classically trained as a writer.
Yeah, I see it.
Well, congrats, Jackson. You did it. You successfully buried the Anthony Kim victory, one of the greatest comebacks in the history of sport, and you buried it probably because you're too busy gooning to Alyssa Liu and Linus Kleza. That's from Mr. Licks.
Linus Kleza.
Not the case. Anthony Kim, good on him, I guess. You know, who doesn't love a nice redemption story? But it's
You're gooning to Linus Kleza?
no,
Why would you
people
do
always
that?
bring up like Mizzou players that were way before my time. Like I would, like that's not my era. Why would I do that to somebody who I never even saw play?
But in general, do you pleasure yourself to Missouri players?
No, I've never done that to any basketball of any kind. You know, that strictly never.
Thanks for honestly answering the question instead of dismissing it as pure nonsense.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mr. Licks got the win.
Yeah. Well, I don't want to disrespect the question.
Guys, college friend of mine went to the hair club for men 2 times a month to tighten up the wig to his existing hair. So they tighten it up. There's like little screws.
They it's like sewn into like the old hair, like the hair you have on your sides, so that kind of naturally. That's I guess how you get the look where it doesn't look like a toupee.
Okay.
'Cause you don't want like the top of your head to look completely different than the sides.
No.
You want it to kind of blend.
I thought a lot of it was glued on there.
I think probably some. Yeah.
I once saw Jackson gooning to Kareem Rush highlights at the parking lot in Frontenac. It's from Steven time.
I've never done any of that in a parking lot. That
doth protest.
No, I've never. I've lived in that kind of radius. So if I ever want to do that, just go home.
Boy, I had to get the geographic home humble brag in. Brutal.
Well, in St. Louis,
Gross.
you're never too far away from your home base.
Or from Ladue.
Yeah, that's right.
Not to make it creepy, but who is your favorite Mizzou player over the course of your fandom?
Kim English.
I mean, for sure.
Because of the basketball camp, man.
Yeah, basketball
that's right.
camp. I went.
You've said that.
Yeah, I told that story. But yeah, Kim English for sure. Marcus Denman way up there. Yeah.
Mizzou Monster.
Mizzou Monster.
Half-court shot, three-quarter shot against Memphis at the end of the first half of the Sweet 16 game Thursday night in Glendale, Arizona. 2009? 2009?
And then his performance against Kansas in the final Big 12 Missouri-Kansas matchup was legendary.
Get involved in the program with your favorite Missouri players over the years. You can text
Seems
it.
topical since they just got destroyed last
It's
night.
the right thing to
Let's
do.
shift the narrative.
It's a balloon party. 314-399-9646. That's how you can text into the program. If you sit there and you go, I never get my text read. Maybe you don't have a text inbox name saved. And today, tomorrow, and Friday, Jackson Burkett will, if you just text in, hey, Jackson, could you please save my name as, he will update your name, and now it's increased the chances of you getting read on this presentation exponentially. 314-399-9646. That's the text inbox number. Collier and Thompson phone lines. Chairman Kurt manning the Collier and Thompson phone lines. 314-974-0101. Open up the YouTube chat. Type in TMASTL on your YouTube app, and the next thing you know, you're in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, and you're talking it over with a wide variety of friends like old Percy Blumpkin, deep voice dude, Brad and Weldon Spring, and Libby Jackie DiCaprio, who still has an Oklahoma avatar up there. I wonder if he'll change it to Arkansas anytime soon.
I imagine.
And the Jeffco Hunter, they're all in there, and they're talking it over right now, and you can watch the program. Jeremy Rutherford's going to join us at 8:45, Polos Plus Dossier, but via the phone lines, because he's in Seattle, Blues and Kraken, and wow, what a 72 hours or so we have between now and the trade deadline, and what will be going on with the St. Louis Blues. Will Robert Thomas be heading to Buffalo? Buffalo? That was the buzz yesterday online. And then the guest that we would have on the program during the Blues Cup run quite a bit, Doug. Jackson was not a part of it. Martin was not a part of it at the time, but you might remember the name. Was it Brian Lawton? Is he the one who tweeted yesterday about Bennington, Martin?
I know that name, yes.
I think he was an NBC guy at the time, but either way, he was active yesterday and got people going with not a Robert Thomas observation, but rather a Jordan Bennington observation. He's a former NHL player, agent, and GM NHL Network analyst. So, yeah, that we would have him on the program. And he was saying the Blues appear ready to move on from Jordan Bennington. 16-team no-trade list is in play, but feels like a move is a foregone conclusion at this stage with where the Blues are heading in the near term. So you got that one. You got the Robert Thomas conversation, one of the focal points of the trade deadline around the NHL, not just here in St. Louis, all while running parallel to names that we have expected to be on the move, like Shen, Falk. We'll see what winds up happening with a variety of other players as well. So that conversation coming your way, brought to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies at evergreen-ws.com, coming your way at 8:45 with Jeremy Rutherford, and at 9:45, day 3 of the Month of Barches Design Air Heating and Cooling Competition. Jason Gosrow in studio yesterday, and he is giving away $5,000 worth of brand new garage doors to whoever wins the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Month. Send your emails in to compete to this address, themorningafter@InsideSTL.com. Anything goes. You got to get through Chairman Kurt's filter. We read them at 9:45. We announce the winner at 10:55. Right now, Chet's neighbor and Toby each have a point in this Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Month competition. So there is your official polosplus.com dossier here on TMA. The 7 o'clock hour brought to you by Healthcare Evolution, online at healthcare-evolution.com. And this month only, Let them know you are a TMA listener, and you get 10% off at Healthcare Evolution. 10% off at Healthcare Evolution when you let them know that you are a TMA listener. That is an opportunity to save some money, but it's also an opportunity with Healthcare Evolution to get in and see them literally within the next 24 to 48 hours. If you want real answers and same-day pain relief, Healthcare Evolution has a novel concept. When you have a medical issue, you get real answers and same-day pain relief from Healthcare Evolution. No waiting for appointments, no waiting for answers, no insurance hassles. Healthcare Evolution will give you real answers and same-day pain relief on the spot. Get rid of those nagging injuries. If you're sitting there going, yeah, I did hurt myself, I can't get in to see my primary care doctor for a month, and then I'm probably going to have to see a specialist and then go through physical therapy, and it's going to be June before I'm feeling better. You could feel better in the next 2 days by going to healthcare-evolution.com and letting them know you are a TMA listener, and you get 10% off. It's healthcare-evolution.com. Blues trade deadline conversation coming up next. Your thoughts are welcome. Are you on board with the idea of Jordan Binnington being traded? What about Robert Thomas as this heats up? Trade deadline Friday at 2 o'clock. Jeremy Rutherford with us at 8:45 to discuss. This is The Morning After, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen from the Stiefel Studios on 101 ESPN.
People might think I'm crazy, but if we just get hot, we can win this, baby.
Well, Doug, they can start to get hot tonight in Seattle. Why, the game will be right here on 101 ESPN.
Why it will? Well, they'd have to get extremely hot. I mean, really toasty. As in winning all of the rest of their games. And then they might get there.
Even then, it's going to be tough.
It would be. Yeah,
The maximum amount of points, 97.
yeah, and that's about borderline.
Yeah.
Probably get you in the last spot, but it's borderline.
Blues playoff conversation here on the morning after, as Doug believes that they're 82% to get into the playoffs.
I'm going to downgrade that to about 81%.
Okay.
I think it's possible that they get hot.
Well, if they trade Robert Thomas, I wonder if that'll impact the numbers at all. But either way, this morning on TSN, after yesterday, NHL media all over the Blues and Buffalo Sabres, who you have to check the standings to see are actually right in the mix in the Atlantic in the Eastern Conference, were in heated negotiations on a Robert Thomas trade. Now, Doug, looks like that might be over after making a push to acquire Robert Thomas on Tuesday. It appears talks are dead for the Buffalo Sabres with the St. Louis Blues. TSN hockey insider Darren Dreger wrote this morning, quote, "It's believed St. Louis and Buffalo went the distance on Thomas trade talks. Sounds like the Sabres are not willing to part with the necessary pieces, prospects, a player, and a first-round pick. Still, teams are nibbling, but the Blues are firm in what the return needs to be for the young center." So that is just posted this morning by Darren Dreger.
I sort of feel like Thomas is in that Brendan Donovan mode. They're going to trade him, but I think they're going to
trade him in the next
maybe even the
2 days.
summer. It feels like they're going to get something done somewhere, and they're just going to kind of wait until the price matches, because they're not just going to give him away. The same thing with Donovan. We kept talking about it, and eventually they got what they felt was worth the move. The question I have is Army going full Heim Bloom here? Is he just going to trade off everybody? And are they kind of in a little mini rebuild here, even though you've got some young guys knocking on the door? I think trading Thomas sends a much different message than trading anybody else.
Oh, yeah. If you're willing to deal Thomas, I think anybody would be on the table at that point. And TSN is reporting the Blues are looking for 3 to 4 premium assets in the deal. If you could get that, I think you'd have to do it, wouldn't you? Because as a team is structured now, they're not going anywhere. And if you get 3 or 4 premium assets, thinking maybe 2 of those guys become quality difference-making players, you'd have to do that.
I mean, a year ago, I think Doug Armstrong said they were ahead of schedule. Remember? By having that big surge last year, being a playoff team, even though they got bounced in the first round, I think he admitted, because he had kind of laid out the timeline to when they would be competitive again as a playoff contender. I think he said last year, okay, we kind of jumped a little bit ahead of schedule. So what happened? Now we're going backwards.
Yeah.
Can we please get rid of Cairo before we get rid of Thomas? That's from the Huntley Hot Wife Hunter. Miguel Cairo, of course, with the Cardinals, and replaced Scott Rowland when he ran into Alex Cintron in Game 1, or was that Game 2 of the Diamondback series in 2002?
I forget. I don't really like his phrasing, can we get rid of? I think the Blues would prefer to use language like, can we turn this asset into something else? You got to have other teams that want the guys, of course, and anybody would want Thomas, and most teams would want Cairo too, but they come at a big price.
Thomas also has to waive his no-trade clause. Why would he waive it for Buffalo? That's from the little Dutch boy. I have to say, when I saw that the Buffalo thing was heating up yesterday, I thought to myself, is that really where he was?
Well, he's from the Toronto
I've
area,
heard some
right?
people say proximity to Toronto is something that's appealing.
I was wondering on that, because
and the fact that the Sabres are actually decent.
Buffalo's in second place in their division. I would put Buffalo on the outside looking in that realm with Winnipeg as far as desirable places to go. Now, it's one thing if your contract is up at the end of the year and you're only going to spend a couple months there, but it's another thing if that is where you're going to be and he is under contract for a while. So, but hey, if that works for him, God bless America. But again, per TSN this morning, the trade talks between the Blues and the Sabres are dead. Don't tell us how to talk, Doug. That's some big tuft. Harrison's brother, Master Martin, to your delight, has lifted his self-imposed ban.
No.
And he says, Doug Armstrong's all talk and no action. It's incredible that he still has this much power, and he's not going anywhere either. That's from Harrison's brother, Master.
Hot takes.
That was
Who
kind of a
yesterday,
hot
I believe,
take.
he
We
had
put
a-
on the mittens for that one.
He had a text yesterday where he said, I cannot remain silent anymore. Just couldn't take it. Well, Predictionary was set at 2.5. Number of players traded by the deadline, 2 p.m. Friday. Tim with the over.
And I might have gone over at 3.5. I couldn't believe the number, Doug. And I unloaded I even liquidated some assets.
Did you really?
Sold some of my shares in the Tam Avenue Capital Partners, which is really
Well,
not easy to do considering
kinda
the
worthless.
cash call we had for $20 yesterday.
Okay.
But you got the Pew Suitors, Sunquist of the world who could kind of push the number over. I should have said like big names, but that's okay.
Well, yeah, they haven't done anything yet.
I'd rather you guys talk golf than hockey. That's from the Mississippi Mud Shark, and
Knock
he is
it off,
not
Mud.
happy.
Knock it
Would you like
off,
to expand
Mud.
on that?
Nope. You can do that. You know everything.
Why are you so pissy, Leon? Why are you so pissy?
I'm not. I'm just answering your
Yeah, you are. Whenever I ask you a question.
I gave you an answer.
Not very good one.
Wow. Did you tell him? You like them?
Really like
As
it.
a rebuttal.
Really like
Want to see the transcript on that?
Especially when you're
Reporter.
being, really snarky and you give them It's
The
really
tone there. I don't know who the reporter was. The tone definitely snarky.
Yeah.
I would think if you're a player like Thomas, you're 26 years old, prime of your career, you'd go just about anywhere if you thought you had a good chance to win. And you play there for, if it's a city that's not too terribly exciting, you stay there 7 or 8 years, half the year, and live wherever the hell you want to live. I would think that would be preferable than living in another city where you really didn't see much of a chance to have a championship team.
Buffalo's on a heater.
Yeah, Buffalo's got a good team.
I mean, can we end the Kyrou thing before we end the Thomas thing? Seriously, if Thomas leaves and Kyrou's here, I think I'll just wait until he's gone to turn on the game. That's from the old tuba maker.
Okay.
He makes tubas.
He makes tubas.
Well.
You don't see a lot of tuba manufacturing facilities. Now, would they also make the sousaphone at the same place you're making tubas?
That's a good question.
I would think that you would.
It would seem silly not to.
Yeah. Seems like a waste.
Now, JR did tweet yesterday, Thomas had not been asked yet to waive his no-trade clause to Buffalo. So that would indicate that they were on the list. I would love to see each player's list where they don't want to go, where it's written in stone. Nope, not going there. Nope. Then Army's like, all right, you need one more. Did I say Winnipeg? Yeah. Okay, because they all want to go to Vegas.
Yeah.
What about Utah, Doug? Can I sell you on 5 years in Salt Lake as a young man playing hockey?
Probably so. I would
Okay.
think a lot of them, with the money they make especially, would want to go to Florida, Texas, Nevada, the
They
friendly
all
tax
wanna go to
states,
Vegas.
Tennessee, Nashville. 'Cause when you're making millions and you're not paying state income tax, that's a sizable chunk of money.
Decent strip clubs in Buffalo, at least. The women are hardy up there. That's from the Mississippi Mud Shark. You like
Hardy?
that term? Is that a compliment?
Yeah,
If I
probably a
walked up
little-
to somebody at Bricktops and said, man, you look hardy tonight.
I don't think they'd like that here. But you get in those cold climates and you want to have a little extra layer of blubber.
What about, instead of Hardy, how about Jolly?
What are you saying, Doug? Are you saying St. Louis is not a desirable city to live in? That's from Ollie Doesn't Know.
I'm saying if your team is going nowhere, I could see where you might prefer to live somewhere else to play for a team that is going somewhere.
You're getting owned right now.
I think St. Louis is a nice landing spot for a lot of guys, especially when the team is playing well.
Doug, do you think Nolan Arenado is playing for Team Puerto Rico because he just wants to win in the World Baseball Classic, even though he's from California,
Yeah,
born in California?
that's kind of odd. And I thought he was Cuban, but apparently not.
His dad is Cuban. His mother is part Cuban, part Puerto Rican. Now, J.J. Weatherholt said he couldn't play for Korea because he wasn't Korean enough.
Yeah.
So there is
Oh, is that
somebody,
right? What are they?
somebody
Do
out
some
there
kind of
has
test?
a little DNA determining factor for the World Baseball
But
Classic.
Lars Nootbaar was enough Japanese that he could
A
play
couple
for that
years
team.
back, yes. It was a phenom over there. But Arenado, I saw him getting a base hit last night. I'm like, that's Team Puerto Rico.
Does that start today or tomorrow? It starts tomorrow, right?
Well, they're in action.
Well, the Cardinals are taking on Dusty Baker's team Nicaragua today is a little exhibition. How do you do?
Okay, well, I'm fine, thanks.
Off day yesterday.
That's an exciting sports day when you're off from spring training.
I'm quite confident the boys probably enjoyed themselves, if I had to wager. Papers, you got to check in with your boy McGreevy. I guarantee he was ball striking.
See what he's up to?
Yeah.
Saw him on with foul territory. Kind of talking about taking over some leadership roles on the
McGreevy's
team.
a leader?
That's what he was
Is
like.
that right?
Seemed
like he was at the end of the Davenport with Dustin May and Ryan Stanek.
Yeah, they were.
But he's at PA because, everybody wants to do it.
Yeah, right.
They literally, the week
Saw
we were
that
there, they were
I didn't
literally,
get the vibe Dustin May's really interested in being a player rep.
they were kicking it around that week, and I overheard him saying, I don't know, maybe he'll do it. Well, maybe he'll do it. And then I saw Palante goes, yeah, we're trying to get McGreevy to do it. I was like, McGreevy just got here. And this is one of the most contentious times between players and owners. Anyone would be the player rep, they're probably like, it doesn't matter. Bryce Harper will decide for us.
They don't really have that crusty old veteran to get in there and mix it up with the union guys.
Buffalo's becoming a preferred destination because Tage Thompson's so cute. That's from the Crestwood Coyote. Is that a factor?
I
would have
don't
thought
know
that,
how cute
that he's a
he
good
is.
player, but the fact that he's cute is helpful.
Yeah, I don't know if he's cute or not.
The Blackhawks provide the most likely scenario for lesbianism.
He's got. How do we
You know
figure
what I got to
that?
tell you? I haven't heard that take in a while, but I still stand by it.
Yeah.
You
The
give me a
Blackhawks?
Blackhawks and Blues playoff series in April or May, and it increases Saphos more than a Winnipeg Jets series. I stand by the take.
Based on what?
Because it's more of a pony, and if there's more of a pony, then you got more booze, and if you got more booze, you lose your inhibitions and realize her skin is soft like yours.
Oh.
Follow this stuff. It's kind of easy.
I think they drink a lot. I think the farther up north you go, they drink even more.
No. I'm talking about locally. Locally.
Oh.
Trust me, this is true. Harrison's brother Master, surprise, surprise. Nobody wants Cairo. I'm shocked. He is not happy.
Well, just because they're working on a Thomas trade doesn't mean they're also not talking about Cairo or would want to deal him. Both things can be true at the same time.
When you hear all these players now that have no trade or limited no trade, and it gets confusing because they'll have 14 on the list, but then a year later it gets full trades. I honestly want to ask JR if he knows the number on each player, but Brett Hull's deal with the Blues fell through because they wouldn't give him a no trade. Like, greatest player in franchise history.
Yeah.
No.
Same with Petrangelo, right?
Can't do that.
Yeah, and now they all seem to have him.
Probably maybe more of an industry thing, but Larry Pelosi, okay, no trade. Hull's out.
That Harrison guy saying something is all talk is deliciously ironic. Get bent, loser. Hey, Mr. Martin, what is Doug's Musk today? Thanks. That's from Brian Henshin, who also says free perk.
It's an odd question.
Gluten-free perk.
This is why people don't like the media. They ask questions like that. What's
this town soft?
what does Musk like? Is that how they do journalism in Indianapolis?
Brian Henshin, you can call in at 314-974-0101 for our Callier and Thompson phone lines. But if you'd like, you can email in, and maybe you're going to get a couple garage doors on your place in Indianapolis. Design Air is a sponsor of the email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design Air is online at DesignAirService.com. That's Seth Goldcamp's company, longest running sponsor on TMA, going back more than a decade. If you run into any heating and cooling issues, just go to DesignAirService.com, and maybe you'll be lucky enough to have two guys sent out to your house like I was with Scott and Steve last week. How do you do? It's Design Air, heating and cooling, DesignAirService.com. I'm a client. Martin's a client. Doug's a client. We recommend you become a client as well. And you can email in for our Design Air heating and cooling email of the day, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. That comes your way at 9:45. Jeremy Rutherford comes your way at 8:45. That is all your Polos Plus dossier here on the morning after. Presented by Brown and Crouppen. 101 ESPN, TMA STL YouTube channel.
AutoLoanPro.com. That's the website to head to if you're in the market for a new vehicle. Doesn't matter what the situation, what your circumstance, Auto Loan Pro gets you into that new car. They'll get your credit back on track, little to no money down. Also, best rates possible. Auto Loan Pro working with over 50 different lenders to get you the very best financing. It gets a little complicated financing a car. The only thing you need to know is to choose the pro, AutoLoanPro.com. Go online, check out all the vehicles right there on the website, and also see the free playbook, which will help educate you and also get you the car of your choice in the future. Understand that credit industry a little bit better with your friends at Auto Loan Pro, and also get that new vehicle. Doesn't matter what's happened in the past, you'll get the car. Great selection online, and then the best rates possible. Auto Loan Pro is part of the Lita family. Again, the only thing you need to know is to choose the pro. Ready for a new car? Not sure what you can afford? Find out at AutoLoanPro.com.
This is Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. Blues back in action tonight, taking on the Seattle Kraken. That's going to be an 8 p.m. pregame, 9 p.m. puck drop right here on 101 ESPN. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct.
To pay $500 to play MJ23's course, says Michael McGreevy.
Ripped from today's headlines.
You signed a every $75 million signing bonus in just 4 years ago. And regardless, you're playing ball in the show. So pay the damn fee as a memory will last longer than your marriage. Compressing balls, riding in you custom club carriage. But don't ever knock off just for money. And don't tell the world if you do. Because there's a 3.2 index. It's best not to sound like a cheapskate.
Oh, you need to send him this song. You really do.
I don't know if he'll enjoy the part about the memory lasting longer than his marriage.
Oh, sure he would. And then
That's
it just
all
ends
hard.
like that.
It's a hard cut.
Oh.
It's a hard cut. I didn't realize that.
Think they bought studio time and ran out of time?
I'll just throw in a fade out.
The program's called The Morning After, Healthcare Evolution. Online at healthcare-evolution.com. Promo code is just TMA when you call them, and you're going to get 10% off at Healthcare Evolution. That's healthcare-evolution.com. Sponsor of our 7 o'clock hour, and Polos Plus is the sponsor of the dossier. Jeremy Rutherford joining us at 8:45, and Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming your way at 9:45. Brian Lawton, who had the report yesterday that the Blues are ready to move on from Jordan Binnington, was then asked by Doug Everything Hockey, which has a big Twitter hockey account, as why would you like, or where would you like to see Binnington land? And Brian Lawton responded by saying, I believe Jordan is a goalie that thrives under pressure. He's proven this in the Stanley Cup, the Four Nations, and at the Olympics. You'd think Canada believed if their goalie in the gold medal game held the opponent to 1 goal or less through regulation, they would have a gold medal. At 32, Binner is young for a goaltender. He has 1 season left at $6 million AAV and a salary of $4.5. St. Louis could afford to eat some salary to juice the return if they chose to. He should end up with a top contender that needs a goalie, or at the very least with a younger team that believes with a veteran goalie they can go deep into the playoffs. I don't believe 16 no-trade list is a hindrance if the profile fits. So there you go. Brian Lawton on Jordan Binnington. Yeah. Meanwhile, for those of you just joining us this morning, and you've been monitoring the situation with Robert Thomas and the Sabres, in particular, Darren Dreger, TSN's hockey insider, tweeting just this morning, it's believed St. Louis and Buffalo went the distance on Robert Thomas trade talks, and it sounds like the Sabres are not willing to part with the necessary pieces. The pieces include prospects, an NHL-ready young player, and a first-round pick. Still, teams are nibbling, but the Blues are firm in what the return needs to be for the young center. So there is your update on the Blues trade deadline.
Who's your lock? Falk traded for sure?
Falk all day. Falk all day.
Who's your next closest to the lock?
I'd say at this point, Thomas, if these reports are accurate and the Blues are that deep into talks with Buffalo, they must be ready to move on to him, thinking that now's the time to strike when they can maximize his value.
I think the tells are there, but it could be a bad read, that this is not just about a Blues. Doug, you love the term hockey trade.
I don't really care for it.
I think, and I could be off on this, I think there could be something more to it on his end. It's my theory. I could be off. And if that is the case, then perhaps the Blues want to try to accommodate it ASAP, which would then expedite the process to get it done by Friday at 2 as opposed to the off-season in a sense of urgency. But there, as you've seen right there with Drager's report, it's not like they're just going to take anything to make it happen. And you do have still about 54 hours left.
And I wonder how much doesn't get done at the deadline that Armstrong says, all right, this summer we're still in the same boat. We're looking to unload. And are they rebuilding? What are they going to call this? Because I think the belief was they were knocking on the door in terms of being a playoff contender again. So this would be a giant step backwards. And that's where I think fans might want to what is the plan here?
Yeah.
If you start trading everybody, okay, how did we end up in a rebuild when we were, ahead of schedule a year ago? And I believe those were, in fact, I believe Army said ahead of schedule.
Yeah.
After the surge they had last spring.
Well, we have our own NHL insider. TSN has Darren Dreger. We have Harrison's brother Master, and he says, Tim, you are correct. Thomas wants out. So, Jackson, on your Sports Center update, you can say Harrison's brother Master is reporting that Robert Thomas wants out of St. Louis. I think that's as good a source as any.
What are his credentials?
Texts in a lot.
Okay.
If I say to Ichiro, are you no doubt first ballot?
In what sport?
In what sport? I'm not sure if I believe that, but I do think it's possible when they talk to him about getting traded, then he gets annoyed, and then he says, okay, fine, do it. But I'm not sure. I don't think it was his idea, but I don't know. I wonder if he gets traded, he is a friend of the show in theory, I wonder if he would just come clean with how it all played out. Because that name just seemed like, Kyrie's been in trade talks seemingly for years. Falk makes a lot of sense. Shen was almost traded last year. But the Thomas thing seems to be the biggest indicator that something about the core here or how this front office sees this team moving forward, that's a big tell if you get your top center that you locked up not that long ago and you're willing to move them.
But you don't really know what's going on behind the curtain in the guy's personal life. Maybe he loves living here. Maybe he hates it. Maybe he loves the coach. Maybe he doesn't like the coach. Likes his teammates, doesn't like some of the teammates, the GM. Who knows? There's any number of factors that can make you sour on a particular team.
Harrison's brother Master has responded. First, Martin, no Martin, that will never come out. So, again, that's our hockey insider. Jeremy Rutherford will be with us at 8:45, but he's kind of less in the know.
So we don't need JR at this point?
Kind of, but...
He's probably still sleeping out there.
Yeah, and then Harrison's brother Masters responded to Brian Henshin. Hey, Brian, how's the Indiana Tech University doing in women's pickleball? Can't wait to see your feature piece.
Oh.
Whew. And, of course, Harrison's brother Master in an alliance with Sharon in Clayton.
Oh, are they really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I have never heard of your team.
Was that the Marlins when he was traded there?
Mm-hmm. That was his Hall of Fame speech.
Ichiro came clean. So, see, sometimes they do tell you all the behind the scenes.
You're welcome to send in your texts, whether they insult us or other active texters.
It would be kind of nice if they didn't all insult us.
Yeah.
You know? Just mix it up a bit.
314-399-9646. That's the Air Comfort Service text inbox. And you can call in as well at 314-974-0101. And now there's a texter who is really frustrated that his texts are not getting read. Jackson, what would you say to him?
Send in a name. Let's see if we can get the. Let's see if we can rectify this issue.
Seems like you guys only read texts from the same 5 people over and over again. Is there a monthly subscription fee or something? Doug, should we charge a fee?
Not a bad idea.
I don't like his attitude, and I may suspend him.
All right. Well, here's his next text. Jesus, the same people over and over again that you read the text messages from. Just give him a job at the station. That's from the 618.
I did it.
He's gone.
Yeah, 618. I don't like your attitude. You've been suspended. Suspended a period of 2 days' time, and your name, as we speak, is going into the appliance discounter suspension log. Doesn't feel good. I understand that. It's not supposed to. Here's something else that won't feel good. I'm putting you on notice.
Oh, wow.
He's on notice.
But, Doug, what name are you putting in?
618.
Okay.
The entire area code.
Can I just call him Suspended Guy? Since we don't really have a name for him.
I didn't like his tone. I didn't like it at all.
Guys, that's enough with the sports talk. Get on with the jackassery. That's from St. Louis City, Kevin. Too much sports talk for St. Louis City,
Okay.
Kevin.
More jackassery.
Yeah, I see the Tim Man texted in, Doug. Do you know the Tim Man? He isn't suspended.
No, I don't.
Is it the Tim Man or the Tin Man?
Great question. This one's the Tim Man, and I do think there's also a Tin Man. The Tim Man says, "Hey guys, I just turned on the radio. Could you please talk about divorcees in Clayton at some point?" That's the topic that he likes.
I just can't believe they're all in Clayton. They're huddled in that little area.
Well, when you're back out on the market, that's where you go. Carlos Spicy Wiener explained it to you. That's where you go to get the scholarships.
Okay, because that's where the wealthy men are.
That's
looking
right.
for the divorcees.
There you go.
Okay.
Carlos Spicy Wiener, I think, teaches a seminar on this.
Does he? At one of the community
TED
colleges? It's not for credit, but you can take it.
Right.
One night a week for an hour and a half or so.
Right.
Okay.
You get the divorce in your 30s, and then there's the guy at the bar. You know, he's in his 50s. And, you know, is he aesthetically pleasing? I don't know. That's in the eye of the beholder.
His wallet is.
But there you go. And then he gives out a scholarship.
Okay.
I've just received an offer from... And you put that on your Insta.
Okay.
Do you announce your Final Four, kind of like a high school recruit? Are we in dump and chase, Jackson? Are we in 7-3?
We're everywhere and everywhere.
We're everywhere and anywhere. Seam talk still to come, Doug. More seam still to come.
Nice, I like that.
Even more seam is 9-1.
What about this exchange that I sent Jackson yesterday? Unfortunately, I want to make sure it's played in the Healthcare Evolution 7 o'clock hour. Martin, I don't know if you've ever experienced this in any crosstalk with your news anchor, Doug. On your end, I did in my first job in Little Rock, but again, it was like maybe my first week or two on the job where the two news anchors were using words that I think, that was 1999, I would think now everybody would be fired. He went with the nuclear bomb of insults a gentleman can say to a lady. You can guess what that is. And then she described him as a fat F. And
This was on the air?
No. This is in the commercial break.
This would have been interesting had it been on the air.
This is different than when Gabe and I were playing Slap and Tickle at KOMU in Columbia. I guess this is the industry.
Okay.
Well, in this case, it did play out on the air. Jackson, this is KFDX. Is this New York City? Is this Los Angeles? What is
Texas.
Texas?
Texas. It's Texas.
Okay.
Take a listen, Doug. Get the lead female anchor gets sideways with the weatherman.
Oh, no.
We don't have any rain in our forecast, but something that is in the not-so-distant future that we can forecast is Midland weather radio.
You don't have any rain in the forecast?
In the next few days. But in the next few days, we have Midland Weather Radio Day.
I just said a second ago we have rain in the forecast.
Well, not until this weekend, right?
Well, the day of the event, I have rain.
Well, I'm not talking. I'm talking like 3 or 4 days.
It's coming. Actually, the rain chance is coming before the event.
Stop trying to correct people and just do your job.
I just don't know why you don't listen to me. Anyways, take a look.
Because you're boring.
Oh, wow. Wow. Okay. Anyways, Midland Weather Radio Days.
Oof. Ouch.
Because you're boring.
There are 2 careers that are going to get stalled in Midland.
Wichita Falls, Martin.
That's what it looks like. I'm on the website. They call it Texhoma because it's Texas.
What is it, market
Oklahoma.
7? Market 6?
No, it'd be way down the list.
Sure about that?
Neither one of them could just let it go.
Stop trying to correct
Let it go.
people and just do your job.
I just don't know why you don't listen to me. Anyways, take a look.
Because you're boring.
Gosh.
Wow. Okay. Anyways, Midland Weather Radio Days.
Any more or less that I already told you it was going to rain.
It's always funny when they are having a serious moment like that, but they still have to keep their fake smiles on. You can hear their cheekbones and the insults. It's really funny.
It's market 150.
I wonder what the conversation was like after the newscast.
Might have been the same thing I heard in Little Rock. I think that was August of 1999. Pony.
Martin, you probably had some good crosstalk moments in your life.
You know who's obsessed with the handoff when the sports is over and the news anchors chime in? Danny Mac will text me all the time. Great handoff. What was that? I think what happens too, and it happens to all of us, Jackson's a great example of that, they're not always paying attention.
Yeah.
And so sometimes I'll say, and it looks like he in fact is going to be fired. And they're like, all right, sounds great. And you're like, well, not great for him or his family, but sure. And then Dick Ford was famous for bringing up something like obscure. Like if I had 5 stories and the second one was a bunch of highlights and a little leaguer got a base hit. That ball seemed to be hit to the third baseman. He should have fielded it cleaner. And I'm like, which play was that? Okay. And then the producer might hear rap, and then you look like a bozo.
I hope those two in Wichita Falls can find a new career to replace that $35,000 a year salary.
I think they're going to have
They must have had a good agent.
Nice.
Yeah.
And Beer Cats just sent me $1, Doug, and he said, this is great. He Venmos me every day now. And he said it's for the text reading fee. So he understands that there is a subscription fee like the 618 theorized to get your text read, and you just have to Venmo me to get your text read. That is the arrangement.
Doesn't Gabe have premier
He does.
listeners, and like they jump to the front of the line?
Super chat.
Yep.
At Tim-McKernan if you want to.
Well, do we have premier listeners?
We should. Do we have Super Chat on our TMASTL YouTube feed?
We could, but but you have to be constantly monitoring it to get it done.
You can constantly monitor it and update.
But then I would have to break into like Doug's breaking down was Buffalo really a destination for Robert Thomas? I would be like, stop what you're saying, Doug, because someone just said I want to live inside Doug. That would be.
I beg your pardon.
Right. I would have to break into that if we're gonna.
With the urgency of it.
Yeah, you'd have to.
That's the kind of access they get. They can stop
if they're
our
going to pay
conversation.
$10, yeah. So I think that's a dangerous game.
A wicked game was Chris Isaac, and we talked about that last week. The video is with, do you say Helena Christensen or Elena Christensen?
That was
Because of
Helena.
age. Oh, you say Helena?
Yeah.
Doug, how many divorces can a lass have before you say no to going on a blind date with her? That's from Vizsla Enterprises.
Well, it depends on what she looks like, I guess.
It's as straightforward of an answer as possible, I think.
There is no number.
There is no number? Is that right?
You at least go on the date.
What did Elizabeth Taylor get to? Was it 7 or 8?
Something
Her and
like
Johnny
that.
Carson would go back and forth. You have more divorces than me. No, I have more divorces than you. That's what they would say.
Go on the date.
I thought Johnny Carson was stuck at like 3, and they were all either Joanne or Joan or Jonah, or they all had very
That was
similar
his
names.
kink, were Jones?
They all had like
Joanne
the
Worley.
same names. Joanne Worley was not one of them. No.
But I think Liz Taylor, was she married to Richard Burton twice?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, she was. Okay.
Johnny Carson was married to Jody, Joanne, and Joanna. Mm-hmm. And Alexis.
Oh.
Jody, Joanna.
Well, J-Lo's up there now, too, isn't she? She's had a lot.
I think she's been in a lot of relationships. I don't know if a lot of marriages. I think a lot of marriages, but...
Well, then that goes against what you said.
Well, I'm saying that she's had a decent amount of marriages, but there's some long-term relationships where they never got married.
4 divorces for Jennifer Lopez, Doug, who was in the That's the Way Love
not
Goes
bad.
video that we played yesterday here on the presentation.
And I'm sure most people would think that's not too many to go on a blind date with J-Lo.
Chairman Kurt, would you agree with that if she pops up on your Bumble?
J-Lo could be married infinity times, and I would take a date with her.
Okay.
I hope Vizsla Enterprises is getting the answer they wanted.
So Liz Taylor was married to Richard Burton. Papers, this would be good for a movie boy because they had a 10-year run from 64 to 74. Happily married, by all accounts, Liz Taylor, Richard Burton. And then they're divorced. Remarried in 1975, a year later, right back at it. Must have been a big blowout. That's it. Done with you. And then divorced again in 76.
Yeah.
It was a brief...
Tumultuous, to say the least.
Yeah.
Probably happens when neither one could say, okay, I'm sorry, you're right. Let's get over this. Neither one of them could do it.
Doug has, I'm telling you, Doug, now Doug rejects this when I say he has wonderful wisdom. I guess Jackson would probably call it folksy wisdom, but it's logical wisdom. Yeah. You just summed it up. Neither one can say, oh, fine. You just take the L.
They both were stars, have huge egos. They're going to get what they want, and if they don't get it, they can't handle it. Let's get divorced.
Okay, this is the lot I've chosen. You know, would I like to have the putt back? I don't know, but either way, I would rather just take the L and maintain all of my assets as opposed to hand them off and then go filler hunting. I'm just not
filler hunting.
I'm not hunting filler. I'm just not hunting filler.
Well,
venison.
If you do, you got to take Carlos Spicy Winner's course at Merrimack, and you'll know exactly where to go.
Doug, you want to take a guess at the world record for most marriages?
Well, that's a nice question.
How about
Chairman?
15?
Tim?
I'm going to go over Doug's 15, and I'll say 21.
Martin?
Well, okay, Larry King would have been in the mix, but that's getting up there. 19.
And Jackson?
24.
Correct answer, Glenn Scotty Wolf was married 29 times between 1927 and 1996.
Wow.
And 96. Wow, that's almost 70 years of marriages. Huh. We must have had something going for him to get 29 women to
the most married woman shares the last name with Scoots, so I wonder if the world record man and woman found each other.
That'd be nice.
Oh. The divorce rate in St. Charles County is as high as the cholesterol levels. It's from Doug's prison wallet. Is that correct? Is that a high divorce
cholesterol
rate?
levels would be in a couple hundreds, right? 150 or so. 200 if it's getting too high.
Doug's view on selfish stars makes me think he spent a lot of time hanging out with Steve Templeton. That's from Dale in Grubville.
Where is that connection coming from?
Now, I know Steve Templeton from KMOV and rolling up his sleeves, but he seems like a wonderful meteorologist.
He is.
And he's been there for like 2 decades now, hasn't he?
And a great guy.
Yeah, great guy. Dale in Grubville, take it back and take it back now. Wasn't it Ric Flair who said 50% of a lot is a lot right before Jackson tried to ask him a question that Rick never heard and started talking halfway through? That's from Alan Dadeville.
Brutal. It was brutal. Yeah, the mic in my booth wasn't connected to the main studio, so Rick heard just radio silence for 6 seconds while I was asking a question.
It was a good question, too. Wasn't it about Migos?
It was about Ric Flair drip.
And Ric Flair couldn't hear Jackson.
No,
he started talking over
He just was
him.
like, so you guys ever, what's up with you guys? I go, goodness. All right, sorry, Nature Boy.
Papers remove. Oh, this is the guy who was asking the question. Sometimes in the text inbox, and I don't know why some names pop up and some don't, but because it's a Google account, if you have your Google account saved as either your name or your business, it will show up as your text name. And so the gentleman who asked the question about how many divorces can a lass have before you say no to go on a blind date would like that name changed, Jackson.
Well, I'll try. Sometimes when it's your actual Google account, they kind of override that. And it's because if I didn't save it, they really have no record of it. So, just throwing that out there, that I might not be able to change it, and you might need to start texting it with your phone number, maybe. I don't know.
Okay. Jackson's really into not taking on new responsibilities to better engage with the listeners. It's from the Hunchback of Vaughn Castle, and he just decided to go right after you.
Because he does next to nothing around here.
There is.
What was I supposed to do?
Hunchback of Vaughn Castle call.
What response? Oh, like the super chat thing? Well, that's just like, I don't want to get us like people paying for no reason. I don't even know why I'm dignifying that with a response.
I think that's a fair observation. You can text in your insults on our work ethics at 314-399-9646. You can also call in Hunchback of Vaughn Castle, 314-974-010. And he's sideways with Carlos Spicy Wiener.
Is he really?
Yeah. Okay. And Sharon sideways with Warson Woods Wacko and the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux Mom, which means Harrison's brother Master also is, because he's in an alliance with Sharon. Jeremy Rutherford's in an alliance with us all. He's going to be joining us from Seattle up early in the morning, dressed in black at 8:45.
He won't be dressed. He'll be in his pajamas, probably still in bed when he talks to us.
What about with the seat?
What about with the seat?
You know, they have those drop
seat pajamas.
That's a good look.
Yeah, I can see him wearing those.
So let's say you're getting ready to go to bed with your significant other. You remove the toupee, you put it on the mannequin that's on the nightstand, and you have a drop seat pajama. How hot is all that?
Very, very hot. That's what most gals are looking for.
All right, now I'm looking up drop seat pajamas.
Because Jeremy Rutherford's going to be wearing those in Seattle when he takes the listeners' two-part questions. I would imagine Harrison's brother Master will be very active despite his self-imposed vow of silence.
Drop seat pajamas, also known as a trapdoor or the butt flap pajamas.
Mm-hmm. They're mostly for little kids, of course. But I suppose if that's your kink as an adult.
Yeah, we're not going to kink shame.
It looks like they're showing adults wearing.
Oh, no.
Popular for all ages. This is AI. Doug, they come in cotton, fleece, and hooded styles.
A gentleman named Landon Jackson just sent me $3 for his text fee for the week. Man, this is becoming a nice little industry.
Well, he got mentioned right away, so it's working.
Yeah.
See?
Yeah.
See?
That Tim McKernan. See if we can get this up to, $5,000 today would be good, I guess. Be fine.
I'm still stuck on the drop seat pajamas.
I don't blame you.
Wouldn't it be easier just to lower your trowel the traditional way than to fumble around back there to try to do buttons or snaps or something?
I think the drop seat was a one piece, part of a one piece. So instead of just completely getting nude out of your pajamas, you would then just use the drop seat.
Do a lot of men wear one-piece pajamas?
No, but back in the day they did, didn't they? Like it was like that new.
And they also wore nightcaps. They had to carry lanterns to the outhouse.
Like a skin color, like a skin color one piece, all the way up and down.
Some of the newer models in the drop seat pajamas are Velcro, Doug. It makes it easier to come and go.
Oh,
it just seems a little gross. It could get a little messy there, and
I think if you
cleanup issues.
wearing a one-piece pajama, like deep into your 40s.
Oh, okay, talk hockey.
Update: I won the Warson Woods Wacko over on Friday with my snarky text about GP and tax brackets. It's Sharon and Clayton. So now she's in an alliance with the Warson Woods Wacko, who's in an alliance with Harrison's brother Master. That's a big development. I feel like we buried the lead. Well, the Warson Woods Wacko confirmed the alliance. That's a monster development.
I don't recall a tax bracket conversation, but.
Doug, you're right. Nightcaps are underrated. That's Joey Vitale's Orange Scullies.
Well, what's the point?
Why would you wear a night? Maybe if it's really cold. If you didn't have a heating,
but it only covered
all design air,
like the crown. Really?
Well,
didn't
same
it?
with a hat you'd wear in the winter. It only doesn't cover your face.
But it covers all of your head. It's essentially like wearing a yarmulke around. Like it's not providing any warmth right there.
It depends on what old movie you watched.
Yeah, I guess.
I bet people rarely wore anything like that. They might have worn a hat if it was really cold in the log cabin or something, I guess.
Scrooge McDuck wore it.
Oh.
Yep. Take that.
Yeah.
I don't think cavemen were wearing.
No. But what about the little lantern with the saucer?
I think that's just like one movie with an image that's stuck in your head.
In case something goes bump in the night.
Yeah.
Eggplant emoji says people pay $500 for their comments to be read on the Whatever podcast. You guys could at least double that. Doug, that's $1,000 we can get from people to read their comments.
Every time we read a comment, it costs that person $1,000.
And this is the Whatever podcast?
I'm looking that up.
Okay, now I've got it.
Dating talk?
No.
Yeah.
I'm not familiar with it, I'll be honest with you.
Nor am I. Yeah, I don't know what this is.
No?
Popular and controversial podcast focused on modern dating, relationships, and hookup culture, hosted by Brian Atlas, often referred to as Brian. This is from AI, who maybe doesn't get the nuance. Yeah, that's normal.
Oh, I think I've seen video of this. There's like 8 people sitting at a round table with microphones in front of them, which is just
too many.
It's way
Shout out the late night score.
Way too many. I've seen this before.
Yeah. How many were on the late night score? Like 9?
5.
How'd they have enough microphones?
I don't know.
And they do that on remote, right?
Speaking of putts, he went back.
Shout out Non-Gay.
Yeah, Non-Ling saved the show. He really did. Producer
how
Joe's
many
nemesis was on it.
Days did it last?
2 weeks, Martin, and it ended with a brawl in the parking lot of Helen Fitzgerald's between 4 of the hosts and one other host. And then Non-Ling grabbed the microphone when the one host was about to make her big statement and did not allow her to have that moment. This was a venture Kelly Chase and I put together. Again, a putt that we would like to have back.
Was Nick Stavanoa on that show?
Nick Stavanoa,
softball
Cardinal?
Stabby?
They call him Softball Stabby?
I thought the cat did.
Oh, it's possible. I don't know if he ever appeared on it.
I for some reason, that memory is in there somewhere.
I think he was asked to be on it, and he said no.
Yeah.
Remember that drop? Would you like to be on a show with 4 beautiful women? No.
Yeah.
That was Stavanoa.
Guys, do nudes count as capital towards my text being read? That's from Scott's Wrinkled Ballsack.
He wants to send in his nudes to have his text read. I suppose we could try that.
It's hot, man. I like your answer.
Releasing a nude is a good way to get people talking about you again.
Charlie Marlowe.
With career advice to the kids out there.
You're welcome to get involved, texting in, calling in, emailing in, and, of course, talking it over in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where friends gather throughout the course of the day. We've got a new sponsor on this presentation, and that is wonderful to have. It is Del Mar Mortgage. Ryan Luchtefeld, who is our Billiken correspondent, is with Del Mar Mortgage. It is a mortgage business that is 60 years of family ownership. And Ryan himself has been doing this now for 22 years, 13 of which have been with Del Mar Mortgage. You can call Ryan directly if you are in the home buying market or looking to refinance. The number is 618-593-3608. 593-3608. That's his direct number. Or you can go online at delmarmortgage.com. It's personal with a local touch, but with all of the necessary technology to make the process really smooth and easy. Pre-approvals and fast-track options that will make your offer stick out to local sellers and listing agents with closings in as little as 2 weeks. It's Ryan Luchtefeld and Delmar Mortgage, new sponsor here on The Morning After. Welcome to Ryan Luchtefeld and Delmar Mortgage. The number 618-593-3608, or go online at delmarmortgage.com. Ryan's going to join us tomorrow to recap tonight's festivities with the Billikens and Loyola. It is senior night, Doug, and it sounds like the senior night festivities are going to take place after the game.
Oh, okay. Well, that would make sense.
Yeah.
So they better win the game.
You'd like to think that if I'm not mistaken, and Jackson is a ball knower, I think you'd be able to confirm this. North Carolina ruined the Mike Krzyzewski farewell tour 2 different times.
Oh, yeah.
Do you remember this? They won at Cameron, and they won in the Final Four.
Yeah. Yep.
Whew.
Yeah, and then they were like boo, somewhat Duke.
And then they had senior night after that loss at Cameron.
Yeah.
That's why I bring
And
it
he
up.
was like, quit yelling, quit screaming. He was like whining.
Who was that? It sounds like Liberace.
Krzyzewski was like, why? I was like, oh, come on, you're like one of the greatest coaches ever. Leave us some.
And he was whining like Liberace?
He was like, quit screaming. Yes.
It's a big debate for teams. When do you do it? Because if you lose the game, it's a big downer. Majerus hated the pregame because he said it got him kind of sidetracked. Players
Emotional.
were really, emotional, and you're not really focused on the game itself. I will say it kind of helps you playing Loyola, who's maybe not the most fierce opponent. So hopefully it's an easy dub, and then you can enjoy the festivities after.
I think in this situation, doing it after is the move. If you were playing a team like VCU, I think doing it before would be the move.
I would do it before because the fans are going to be in the stands there.
Yeah.
When the game's over, a lot of the fans will leave. You run the risk of losing the game and taking the starch out of that ceremony. I would do it before and assume that they're tough enough mentally to get ready to play when the game starts.
I agree.
Yeah, my preference is before.
Y'all boys fit to be there tonight, eh?
I'm going to be there during the pregame. Is it Corey Tate I'm talking to, Doug?
You're talking to Corey Tate?
Corey Tate.
Ooh.
Join us live on the 2 Fox.
Yeah, I want to tune into that.
I don't have any ducats yet. I'm working on that.
I'm heading down there. My older son was sad on Sunday night. And I go, what's going on? And he goes, I'm just mad or sad that we won't be going to any more Billikens home games.
Yeah.
And I hadn't let him know that there was a Wednesday night game. Because as you know, I like to snort sleeping pills through a $100 bill.
Do you?
Off a nightstand, the one next to my toupee mannequin. And
that you haven't worn for like 20 years, but you're considering every day.
Exactly right.
Well, for his next birthday or Christmas, maybe you can get him some Billiken tickets.
That's right.
Yeah, if the tickets aren't out there, you can just kind of make up your own little ticket and tell
That's the
them.
great thing, No,
we're going. We are going.
Yeah.
We are going.
That sun will
Now,
rise again.
I got to somehow escape the house without the 4-year-old knowing where we're going.
Oh, it's always best to lie.
Tell him there's a Mizzou game on TV.
He was watching the Tigers with me last night.
Sure he was.
He was.
Hey,
Jackson, he's a true son. He also posted on Tiger Board, not happy with the effort.
Just silver
Called
number.
for Gates' head. Hey, who is it? Well, we studied the whatever address, and it's a 3-year-old.
I was texting with buddies last night, and you would have thought the sky was falling. I was like,
were you yelling at him?
No,
Probably oatmeal, I bet.
I was like on Saturday, you were texting me like, do you think a 6th seed is possible? Like, you can't ride the roller coaster like that.
But that's what fans
It's a season
do.
of up and down, but you have to stay rational. It's never as bad or never as good.
Yesterday, Doug, was it yesterday morning or yesterday afternoon my mom texted me?
I don't know.
And she sent me, she goes, I just read on Facebook that Jim Edmonds is coming back to the Cardinals and did a $10 million deal to be a special instructor.
I saw that, too. I saw that.
I said, get off cable news and get off Facebook.
Yeah.
That's it. Have a nice afternoon. We got to stop.
You scolded her?
Well, I mean, it's just, we got to. And what I would say to what I would say to your peers is get off social media if you could.
Yeah.
It's all it's doing is causing, what is it, incel fests? Is that what it does?
I think so, yeah. They gather in large convention centers and swap social media
and then you
stories.
read these things that aren't true, and then you get more worked up by it. it's just as poisonous as the day is long. I guarantee you they weren't just sitting there watching the game this angry. They're reading other people who are voicing things that are absurd, just like you beat an awful Mississippi State team.
Yeah.
It didn't mean that you're going to be competing with Duke.
Right.
You know?
Right. Like the idea that like, oh, they finally figured it out. There's no such thing as finally figuring it out to where your floor just immediately rises. Like it's always the possibility to get your ass kicked is out there every single night you take the floor, and the same way you can go and beat someone like you beat Mississippi State.
And that's why I cited when we were talking about this at the outset of the program, a bunch of the top 10 teams, top 25 teams, but even top 10 teams that lost last night. Kansas lost last night. Texas Tech lost last night. Nebraska, top 10 team, lost by 20 last night. What's the other one? Kansas, I mentioned. Alabama lost in Athens. Clemson's a team that gets talked about for possibly being an 8-9 for Missouri. They lost in North Carolina. They're not a top 25 team. I'll tell you, Miami, Ohio keeps dancing with the devil every time they're out there. 2-point last night.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it. And
Vanderbilt had to go to overtime against an Ole Miss team. It's just kind of playing out the string.
Right. It's
4-13 in the SEC. Yeah.
It doesn't like excuse a bad performance, but you have to understand that a bad performance is always possible. You know, you just try to peak the right time, or if you have a bad start, turn it around. Missouri couldn't turn it around last night. Not that they didn't have opportunities. They were creating as many turnovers as they were giving up. Just couldn't score off them. It happens.
So who generated this Edmund story?
Where was it? I don't know. Just my mom texted me about it.
I saw it on Instagram or Facebook. As soon as I saw it, I said, nope. But when you come from a generation where if something was written down from what looks to be a legitimate source, you tended to believe it. And now you can't.
No. And no offense to Tim's mom, but it doesn't pass the sniff test. But I guess if you're just scrolling and you see that, you're like, oh, wow. I mean, who writes that crap? God.
Yeah.
I don't know what.
And it's not true. Should I text Edmonds? Hey, I heard you're coming back.
Just to see his reaction.
I think I said this to you boys. When he texted me happy birthday, and it wasn't my birthday when we were down at spring training.
Yeah.
He said, I'll come on the show and we can talk about anything and everything. And I mean, it sounds like he's ready to go. But it can't involve baseball.
Well.
But he wants to talk about everything.
Yeah.
Like what else? Farming? That's what he does now, right? He's a farmer. Gentleman rancher.
Gentleman rancher, that's correct. So that Real Housewives decision, would you like to have that putt back?
Probably so.
I'd be interested in that conversation.
I think it'd probably be quick, but at least the question would be attended to.
Yeah.
What crops are you raising?
Yeah.
I see him kind of like the John Dutton type in Yellowstone.
So?
You know,
got the black cowboy?
Got the big house in the middle of nowhere. Ranch hands.
Kind of looks a little Taylor Sheridan-ish.
Yeah, that's a nice call. Both very vascular.
Where's the tractor? You put it in the barn. Somebody go get it. How do you drive it? Now, he needs to come back. I'm going to write that.
Oh, it's sitting there if you want it. It just has to be. Now, here's the thing. That guy's going to Cooperstown. Now I'd say it's like a lock. Did you see there was a recent article about wins above replacement for center fielders? He's like 8th all time. And everybody around him's in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
He's going to the Hall of Fame.
He should.
Yeah, he's going to go to the Hall of Fame. Been telling him that since the day that he was off the ballot after having 1 year on it.
When they're putting in Jeff Kent and before him Bill Mazeroski, Jim Edmonds is definitely deserving of the Hall of Fame.
That's going to happen. That's going to be good entertainment, that speech.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's going to maybe video it in case it's too hot that day in Cooperstown.
He might not show up.
Well, if he does give a speech, that would be epic. All the nerds that voted for me, thanks. Like, he just assassinate a few.
All right, we got a break because we just did a 40-minute segment. It's TMA 101 ESPN.
For the spring training trip, my wife and I booked a flight through Mid-America, took that Allegiant right down to Fort Lauderdale, direct and easy. I've been telling you about Mid-America St. Louis Airport over there in Muscuda, Illinois. Boy, the convenience factor, it is real. You park in the lot in front, walk in, go through TSA. He might talk to you about TMA, and the next thing you know, you're at the gate. About 20 minutes total. It is unbelievable. You've been traveling lately. You know there's nothing convenient about air travel. Well, it is. It is possible at Mid-America St. Louis Airport. Get online. It's flymidamerica.com. Find all those Allegiant destinations. So many Florida spots, including Fort Lauderdale, Orlando, and Destin. So many others. They go to Las Vegas. They go to Gulf Shores. Throughout the year, they go to Knoxville and Charleston. All of it. Great pricing through Allegiant and convenience at Mid-America St. Louis Airport. Not that far at all, and you're getting direct flights to these great destinations, all of them warm spots that sound good. Not too late to book something here in March as well. Get away with the kids. Book it online at flymidamerica.com.
Sick as Ween Wednesday today. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Show's on YouTube. You can watch it. Subscribe to the TMA STL YouTube channel. 6,680 have, Doug.
Okay.
But you get bonused with gold bullion?
Yeah, gold bullion. That's how you have to say it.
If we get to 6,700 by Friday at 10:59 a.m. 6,700, Doug gets the gold bullion. So
I get a Krugerrand if we get to 6,675. That's when the Krugerrands begin to hit.
I wonder why your agent negotiated for gold bullion as opposed to just like cash.
Because I like the sound of bullion.
Okay.
Kiowski's at the bank. Yeah, I got to get Vaughn a bonus. Do you have any Krugerrands back there?
Would you rather have that or a catamaran, which sounds similar, and what I thought you were saying originally?
That they're giving him a boat?
If you had a Krugerrand, you could afford a catamaran, maybe.
Yeah.
If you had a number of Krugerrands.
I kind of like the look of a catamaran.
Papers, ESPN.com. It's not Joe Lunardi, but it's part of their bracketology.
What do we got going on?
Franchise. It just goes through each conference, and it'll give you the locks, work to do, should be in, and they've got their locks from the SEC, Florida, Alabama, Vanderbilt, Arkansas, Tennessee, Kentucky, Georgia. Should be in. I don't know what that means, but should be in Missouri and Texas. And then Texas A&M work to do. And it says last updated March 3rd, 9:26 p.m. So as soon as Mizzou slumped out of the Lloyd Noble Center, they put them in the should be in. I felt like they were a lot going into last night. Bad loss Saturday. Are you nervous?
Yeah, no, I'm not nervous because I think that they can win on Saturday. I think that's a very.
But if they don't win on Saturday,
well, then then the world changes. But that depends. Like that's the wild thing is right now, given a scenario, they can be the 3 seed in the SEC tournament, and in another scenario, they could be a 10 seed. So just win on Saturday, and I think at worst it'll be a 5 seed.
Doug, you like Ken Palm?
Well, I'm lukewarm with it.
Missouri is now 50th in Ken Palm, ahead of Missouri in Ken Palm, a team that's considered a potential bubble in UCF. They're at 49. The team that just beat them last night is ahead of them at 48. Oklahoma is 48. VCU got a win last night against George Mason. With a win, the Billikens can clinch the number 1 seed in the Atlantic 10 tournament tonight, but they can't clinch the outright title until winning against George Mason or a VCU loss. New Mexico is at 46, TCU 45, San Diego State 44. Indiana, Lenardi's last team out, is at 43. Cincinnati, where the coach was apologizing to fans, now at 42. SMU at 41, and War Damn Eagle, the source of a lot of consternation because of their record, is at 40. A team that the Billikens beat, Santa Clara, is at 39. There is your Ken Palm update. Jackson, do you have a problem with any of that? For the record, ILL is 5. The Billikens are 25. Missouri's opponent on Saturday, Arkansas, 19.
No real problems. Missouri's not going to win a lot of popularity contests based on Ken Palm or net rankings. They'll just have to. They got some shiny looking wins out there, and if you look at their play over the last 3 weeks as a whole, you're like, okay, this is a tournament team. I think the eye test would tell you that, and I think the teams that they've beaten would tell you that.
It just seems like it's hard and getting harder to get a win on the road for anybody. You look at some of the home records of teams all up and down college basketball. They're just outrageous home records.
Yeah. I got Kansas and Arizona. Like Arizona State is not in the same, even close to the same class as Kansas. But you go on the road, somewhat raucous environment. Bobby Hurley might be out the door. Arizona State picks up a win.
Martin, the statistic now that the committee might be particularly interested in, this is something I don't even think I had heard about a week ago, and it really picked up momentum for whatever reason. I don't know what happened over the weekend. Is WOB? WOB? Was that Megan the Stallion?
Close.
WOB, wins above the bubble. Jackson, explain WOB.
I don't know much about wins above bubble.
Didn't know about Dayton either. Interesting.
I don't know.
Who do you think has the best WOB, if you had to guess?
Yeah.
Duke. Who else is good at WOB?
Probably Arizona. And
Right. You're listing them in order right now. You're doing it.
Probably UConn.
No, I'm sorry.
Oh, they're 4th.
Iowa State. Was UConn's 4th?
You said Duke, Arizona.
Michigan.
Did you say Michigan?
Yeah.
So this is basically the rankings?
It sounds... Illinois is 11th in WOP. So it's a new metric, a new stat that we just had to create. And it seems similar to net ranking and all the other stuff.
It's kind of like the Vaughn index.
It looks like it's taking in the teams you beat and the location of the game. But that's kind of what net rankings do in terms of their quadrant wins.
Missouri 33rd in the WOB.
And guess who's 34?
SLU?
That's right.
Wow.
Look at that. Look at if you're watching on YouTube, you saw a sassified smile from little Jackie Papers.
Kind of into this WOB thing.
Yeah, just like that.
Yeah.
That's all it took.
Buying in.
Yeah.
Now you're buying in.
Miami, Miami of Ohio, just ahead of Missouri.
Yeah, 32. For the record, ILL is at 11.
This is kind of shaping up kind of nicely.
But do we even know how it's figured?
Yeah, it's like I said, it's about the location of the game and who you're beating. Why college basketball fans should master wins mode.
RPI, we went to net, and now we're at WAB.
Yeah.
WAB is unaffected by victory margin, simply measures what you've accomplished against your schedule versus what the average bubble team would have accomplished against the same schedule.
Okay, so we don't need this.
Seems similar to war in baseball.
It's just somebody making up something to try to get famous for making up something.
Or I don't think it's credited to anybody. Like,
Bill.
hello,
Bill's WAB.
Hello,
Someone
I'm
will get
Bill,
credit.
and I invented the WAB. Please give me $500,000. I don't see that happening.
Who's the baseball guy that ended up being hired by the Red Sox?
Bill James.
Bill James. Who are you, guy at the bar? I invented WAB.
I'd love to.
Didn't Michael Gersh get his job at the Cardinals based on a letter he wrote to Mozeliak?
Yes.
I think he did.
A lot of statistical analysis, and still kind of unreported, but is still working for the Cardinals. I believe some kind of executive title. He was there when we were there.
Yeah.
Should have had him on the show
Special projects.
to see how those projects were completed.
Email in. We got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up in an hour on the Polos Plus dossier. And at 8:45, Jeremy Rutherford is going to be with us taking your two-part questions. He is live in Seattle, traveling with the Blues this week, taking on the Kraken tonight, San Jose on Friday. And that is truly one of the teams that many around the NHL are following here because of all of the players the Blues could be trading. Today could be a significant day in Blues history. We'll see what Jeremy Rutherford is hearing to update you on the conversations we were having in the 7 o'clock hour. Brian Lawton, NHL Network analyst, yesterday saying that Jordan Binnington is very likely to be traded here in the next 2 days. And then Darren Dreger, TSN analyst, saying talks with the Blues and the Sabres are dead after the two teams were negotiating intensely yesterday. The Sabres are not willing to meet the Blues price tag. So he says the talks between the two for Robert Thomas are now dead. Jeremy Rutherford will take your questions. Send them in at 314-399-9646. That's the Air Comfort Service text inbox. And you can also submit questions in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, where 275 friends have gathered, like the old hipster, Walrus King, and the Devil's Crotch. They're all in there talking to the Jeffco Hunter. You can join in the conversation and post your questions for Jeremy Rutherford in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, and you can get your teeth taken care of with Dr. Brandon Pryor at his 100 West Dental location on Manchester, and that is in Baldwin. He's my guy, and I would like him to become your guy. When you look in the mirror and smile, what do you see? Jagged yellow teeth, grinding your teeth from stress, coffee habit that's caught up to you. It's not just about vanity and looks. It's about looking and feeling your best with a healthy smile. Dr. Pryor at 100 West Dental is my guy. They do more than your typical dentist. They don't just clean teeth. 100 West Dental rebuilds smiles and confidence. You got worn teeth, chipped edges, gaps? Dr. Pryor handles the heavy lifting, veneers, bonding, full mouth rehabs. Right now, they're offering complimentary consultations. If you're tired of that jagged look, go to 100westdental.com and book an in-person consult online or submit a virtual consultation request right from your phone. Stop smiling with your mouth closed in photos. Go see Dr. Pryor online at 100westdental.com. The office located on Manchester in Baldwin. Jeremy Rutherford taking two-part questions and giving us the latest on the Blues and the trade deadline that is coming your way here in a matter of moments as he joins us live from Seattle on TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Michael's Flooring, family and locally owned now for more than 3 decades. Michael himself really takes pride in helping and making sure that his employees are happy and making a great living. You can go online right now and get 3 samples free from Proximity Mills. Michael's Flooring is online at igotfloored.com. Michael's passion is flooring. That's why he's been doing it for 3+ decades. He loves when customers have the best experience for the best price. Just come in or talk to them at Michael's Flooring. You're going to see a difference. They want to make sure they suggest the best thing for you, not push them what corporate's telling them they have too much of. There's a reason they've continued to grow throughout 3+ decades. Employees love working for him, as they feel like family, and he makes sure they're taken care of, and this then rubs off to the families buying the product as they know they have the best interests of the buyers. 3 locations to serve you in the St. Louis metropolitan area: Creve Coeur, Darden Prairie, and St. Peter's. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael, and make sure you visit igotfloored.com. Why do you think Jackson's playing this, Doug?
I don't know, really.
I think it's because Jeremy Rutherford's joining us from Seattle.
Okay.
Could have gone Hendricks.
Could have.
Maybe Hart, the Wilson sisters.
Mm-hmm. I was thinking Hendricks.
Soundgarden.
But I went with...
I thought Hart was Bay Area. Am I wrong on that? Doug, am I wrong on Ann and Nancy Wilson?
No,
Did you see their rendition of Stairway to Heaven?
No.
All-timer. Robert Plant, emotional. What a moment.
Band formed in Seattle, Washington, 1973.
I apologize, Martin.
Whew. All right.
I apologize. Jeremy Rutherford will apologize to us right now because Harrison's brother Master is going to ask 100 questions in the two-part questions as Jeremy Rutherford joins us. Brought to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. Mark is online at evergreen-ws.com. JR joins us at 8:46 Central Time, but he's in the Pacific time zone wearing a drop seat in his pajamas, Doug?
I thought so. Yeah.
Morning, JR.
Hey, I am sorry. I don't know what I'm apologizing for, but I'm in for it. I'm sorry.
Good for you.
What about the drop seat pajamas? Yes or no?
I have no pajamas. I do have a question for you, Doug, though. As you wake up at 6:30 Pacific and get ready to do radio, is it a requirement that you brush your teeth, or do you just roll down to the lobby and start yapping?
You're in the lobby? I figured you'd stay in bed.
No, we're down here in the lobby looking out at a dreary, rainy morning here in Seattle, but I'm excited. I'm going to the Supersonics game tonight, so this should be
are
fun.
you really?
Supersonics.
All right.
Nice. Sean Kemp, Rain Man, Gary Payton, Glove.
Well, a few years ago.
Kevin Durant, though. You forget about Kevin Durant, though, don't you?
Arena.
Forget about him.
Yeah, Jesus Shuttlesworth. JR, you might be you might be getting calls from more people around the NHL than anybody at this point, with all of the names of the St. Louis Blues that are associated with the NHL's trade deadline coming up on Friday at 2 p.m. Lot of momentum yesterday, according to Darren Dreger of the Blues and the Buffalo Sabres talking, but I saw you retweet his tweet this morning saying that those talks are now dead. What insight do you have as to the latest regarding Robert Thomas?
Yeah, yesterday it was heating up between the Blues and the Buffalo Sabres as Darren Dreger and Pierre LeBrun at The Athletic, Chris Johnston are all over in terms of the negotiations between the Blues and the Buffalo Sabres. To my knowledge, there was a bit of a package worked out that included some high-quality prospects from the Sabres. They've had a number of high picks the past couple of years, have a couple good young forwards, good young defensemen. And as we know, Doug Armstrong wants a package that includes 2 prospects that are in the top half of the first round and also a draft pick. And, as we wake up this morning here, Darren Dreger does have the report that the talks have stalled. So are they dead? Is this a situation where, they die and then pick up tomorrow? Or is this a situation like we've thought all along, that maybe it doesn't get done before the trade deadline, but it could resume this summer? Guys, the one thing with regard to Robert Thomas is I feel like he has to be resigned to the fact that he's going to be moved out. And I think that's a tough situation for him to comprehend because he wants to be here. Listening to people who know Robert, he really wants to be here in St. Louis, has worked hard to build his career here in St. Louis. Probably didn't see this coming even 2-3 months ago, but now he finds himself the number one guy on the trade block. And whether it happens or not in the next couple of days, this is a situation that I think is going to lead to a Robert Thomas trade eventually.
JR, that's kind of my sense, is that it wasn't his idea, and that once they started shopping him, then he was like, oh, really? I'm paraphrasing. I don't know what he actually said or felt, but just kind of maybe a little bit hurt by the notion, and then said, okay, fine, let's see it through.
Yeah, a bit resigned to the fact, and I had somebody mention to me that, Tim, you might like this one. It's like finding your spouse on one of the dating apps. Eventually they're going to swipe right here, and so I think that's I think that's a situation.
I guess it's timely.
I think it's a situation where, at some point the Blues are going to swipe right. So, I think that, Robert has to be hurt by this situation. And guys, listen to, we always talk about the no trade clauses, and they are in place. The player can invoke them. We've seen it with Torrey Krug. We've seen it with Braden Shen. But we've also seen cases where the team just goes to the player and says, look, this is what we want to do. We want to move you. We don't see a future here. We see a situation where we want to bring in some prospects, and that's it. And eventually the player gets to a point where, they tell themselves, if you don't want me, then I got to find some way to get out of here. So let's try to work out a deal. So I think that's probably the point that they're going to get to with the Blues and Robert Thomas.
What about the latest with Jordan Binnington? That also had momentum with Brian Lawton report yesterday.
Yeah, a little bit. I think that there's been a team sniffing around Carolina as the team that, might have had some interest in Jordan Binnington the past couple days. But it looks like that's cooled off as well. And as I tweeted yesterday, Jordan Binnington with one more year left on his contract, I think he feels like he could still be asked to waive his no trade. He's got a 14-team no trade. If the Blues can't find a team that's not on his trade list, they'll have to talk. But I think it's a situation now where it seems quiet, could pick up before Friday, but people close to Binnington felt like if not by Friday, that's something that could happen this offseason.
It seems to me the asking price for Thomas is pretty high on the Blues' part, wanting 3 or 4 good young players or prospects. Is that because Thomas is one of the best players in the league that might be on the market, or is he really considered to be that good of a player?
I think it's probably 2 or 3-fold, Doug, and I did talk to a general manager in the league who said the price is just astronomical, and Blues fans want to hear that. That's what they want to hear. A lot of them, I've seen probably, you guys want to put a percentage on it, 60-70% of Blues fans saying don't trade him, like absolutely don't trade him. I don't care what you can get, don't trade him. But I think the value is there, Doug, because you're talking about a player who's 26, has won a Stanley Cup. He led the league in points with 40 after the Four Nations last year. He's a point-per-game player since the 2021-22 season. There's only been 26 point-per-game players in the league since that season. And also, he's locked up for the next 4 years after this season at $8.125 a year. So you talk about a cap that's going up next year to 104, could go up to 113 in 2 years. And you've got a top-line center, at the very worst, a second-line center locked up for $8 million who's produced like he has in the past. So I think that's where the interest is, and I think that's why the Blues are trying to push teams to the brink in the terms of these packages.
JR, I think everybody expected they'd move some players. It's been a disappointing year, but when you start talking about a Robert Thomas, who's a core-type piece, still a younger guy, we understand why other teams might be interested. I think you can debate, hey, is he a top-line center? Is he a superstar? Is he a perennial all-star? Those kind of things can be debated around the league, but I think it's more telling where the franchise is if they think it's time to move him. And are we stepping back from a year ago when I think Doug Armstrong thought they had gotten ahead of schedule in terms of being playoff contenders? They'd take that, the big step was the second half surge. This is almost starting to feel like a potential rebuild.
That's the number one takeaway out of all this Robert Thomas talk. It definitely is, because, Doug Armstrong basically said that the Blues were coming out of that retool. And I think a lot of the fan base said that with the pickups of Holloway and Broberg that it sped it up and they were perhaps out of the retool. I still felt like there was still some work to be done, but I got a little bit caught up in the hype of, the way they finished last year and bringing in Pius Suter, who's a quality player if you're adding depth. And I felt like, okay, this is a team that can for sure compete for a wild card. But if everything goes right, maybe third in the Central, and obviously that has not been the case. So even though Doug Armstrong hasn't stepped to the cameras or held a round table, by thinking about trading Robert Thomas, and now you hear the names Parayko, names like that, I think it's a situation where internally they are talking about this is going to be a few years, and I think that's why they went to Robert Thomas and said this is what we're going to do. And so I think without saying it, Doug Armstrong and the Blues right now are essentially telling us that this retool is going to take longer than they envisioned going into this past season.
Jeremy Rutherford, our guest live from Seattle, traveling with the Blues as the trade deadline fast approaches. He's taking your two-part questions, as he does every Wednesday at 8:45 here on The Morning After, 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. He is brought to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. Mark is online at evergreen-ws.com. The Nonling sent me a text here, JR, longtime member of TMA, and he says, if Thomas wants to be here, what would be a reason for him being available to begin with? Recognition that the timeline shifted, or is it something else?
Yeah, I think it's a situation where nobody envisioned this. It happened. Now they're trying to react. The team's trying to react, and then as the team reacts, then the players have to deal with the team's decision. So, I think in terms of people who look at it like Robert Thomas is 26, even in a couple of years, he's only going to be 28, 29, still in the prime of his career, and he can help you. I just think the Blues see that as, hey, look, he's our number one asset. I mean, look what we're talking about in these packages with Utah and Buffalo, potentially. That's what the Blues could get. More players in the age 22, 23, 24 with more first-round draft picks, coming the Blues' way, too. So I think that what they're doing is looking at it, say, 3 years from now and saying, okay, we made that deal with Buffalo for Thomas. We got those 2-3 players in that first-round pick. Look how stacked everything is. That's a better situation, I think, in their eyes than having a 29-year-old Robert Thomas at that point.
We posed a question the other day. I think we put the number at 2.5. How many players you think the Blues will move by Friday? What would you say? More than that? Less than that?
Well, I think it's a great question, and I think that over under 2.5 is probably about perfect. I guess it's going to hinge on if they're able to move like a Thomas or a Kyrou, because I think you're going to see a Justin Falk trade. In fact, Falk's name, guys, was tied to that Buffalo deal yesterday. It could have been a situation where the Blues are sending multiple players to Buffalo. But, if not Thomas, then I definitely see a Falk. It sounds, according to the report by Draeger, that Buffalo inquired about Colton Parayko. To my knowledge, Parayko has not been approached by the Blues about a deal, about waiving the no trade. He does have a full no trade clause. But then, you get into, let's talk about Jordan Kyrou for a minute, because I know we will here with Harrison, is you don't want to paint yourself into a corner. I don't think Jordan Kyrou will be on this team at the start of next season, whether that's by Friday, whether that's by this summer. I think there's some potential interest around the league, whether it be the New York Islanders. I think Seattle had some interest. We reported that in the past. But I think it's going to get to a point where they're going to part ways with Kyrou, too. So the tough read is how many of these will happen by Friday and in the summer. But, if I had to take an over-under on that, I'd take the over.
For the guys who have the no trade and the team comes to them and says, we'd like to move you to a contender, and they might say no, what is it about the situation here in St. Louis that would make them think that way?
Well, I think that, I think it's their right in terms of where they want to be. So if let's say that Robert Thomas didn't want to be in Utah and the Blues came up with a great trade package with the Mammoth, and then you go to Robert Thomas and say, hey, we got to deal with Utah. Well, you go there, he's, recently married in the past couple of years with a young daughter in St. Louis. For all the reasons that we hear that players like St. Louis, Robert Thomas has echoed those same things. And, now you're packing up and moving to Utah. And keep in mind with Robert Thomas, this is a ton of term. Like, he's not a player with 1-2 year left on the deal, and you just got to go, bite the bullet, and then you get the free agency in a couple of years and find where you really want to go. This is a situation where, you could be going to wherever for the next 4 years. So I think that's why the players, would say no in that situation, even though, they might not like what they're seeing in St. Louis in terms of the next few years.
Harrison's brother Master is loaded for bear, as you suspected. JR. Greetings, JR. Are the Blues ever going to make a move to change up the direction of the club? After this season, they'll have missed the playoffs 3 of 4 years. This season is not a one-off, as some are suggesting. Players' names keep coming up, but nothing changes. They've gone through 3 coaches squarely in the mushy middle. Second question, they always say, wait until the summer. That never happens. And the Blues aren't trading half their roster in 1 week. They need to start making deals now. Doug, it seemed like there were a lot more statements in there than questions, really? But you're welcome to react to any of it.
Demanding.
JR will take your two-part statements.
Two-part statements. So I'll come back with statements myself. I think that Harrison is right here from if you look at the past couple of years. There has been a lot of stay in the course, not willing to change things up, sticking with the same core and having some belief that I think a lot of people on the outside considered false belief with the guys in this core. But I think we were all fooled by that run after the Four Nations. So this year, like, I don't know what else people could think by looking at the situation and saying the Blues are not willing to tear it up. They are. Like, it's obvious. We're talking about trading Robert Thomas. Could have happened yesterday. We're talking about trading Colton Braco. We're talking about, Braden Shen, who granted, mid-30s, but he's got a couple years left on his deal. And, I believe still, even if they move him, great for the leadership, great for the core. It's not completely his fault that the Blues are in this situation. So, the Blues and Doug Armstrong and Alex Steen, they've made a decision. They're tearing this up. It's happening. You can ask that question to me right now and say, why haven't the Blues done it? It could be done by Friday, and we're having a completely different conversation. So I'll agree with Harrison from the past couple of years, but you talk about what's going on right now, this is a different story than what we've seen.
It's still pretty stunning when you think about last year, getting into the playoffs, should have beat Winnipeg in the first round. Oh, we got Cam Fowler, what a great addition, Holloway, Broberg, and everything seemed to be kind of falling in place, that they were on their way back up. I mean, this is a pretty stunning shift within the last, 10 months or so.
Yeah, it really is. And, I didn't really put a ton of thought into this, Marty, until you asked that. But, what if they beat Winnipeg and they play Dallas and take them to 6 games or whatever? And, I'm not saying this season wouldn't have happened, but what if you do come out with some more confidence as opposed to walking off the ice after that stunning loss to the Jets? So, maybe this year's a little bit different, and then maybe that faith in the core continues, and we're not having these conversations about some of these guys being on the way out. So, yeah, it's definitely been a turnaround that nobody, especially Doug Armstrong, in his last season as the GM, envisioned.
JR, you're being held accountable by the brothers' time. This one is Steven time, not Ed.
Let's do it.
JR, love you, dude, but please don't do the PR campaign for Rob Thomas. If he wants to be in St. Louis, there wouldn't be this much smoke. Army is investing this much time without knowing it was real. That's from Steven time.
So here's my response to that, and everything's fair. Throw everything on the table. Listen, this is not something that Robert Thomas, thought was a possibility a couple months ago. And the one thing about this job, and I'll just be, frank with you guys, I can have 14 phone calls like I did yesterday, talking to people who are heavily involved in the situation. And a ton of it is difficult to report. But this is not a situation where Robert Thomas wants out, or Robert Thomas went to the Blues and, said, he needs to win in the next couple of years. Prime of his career. This is not a situation like that. This is a player who is on a team hoping for a competitive year this year, hoping for a 100-point season. Heck, he was hoping to go to the Olympics and continue to be a St. Louis Blue. And then this happened. The entire season falls apart, and he finds himself in the middle of the Blues' plan to redo things. So I don't know what else I could say, after the multiple conversations I've had, with people about Robert Thomas and his situation, that would prove to people that this isn't a situation where he wants. This is a situation where the Blues are the proactive people trying to make a deal to, in their eyes, improve the organization.
Did Army, I don't know if you reported this or I heard this the other day at Centene, that he grabbed kind of all the guys at once that are these veterans who have the no trade club, that he got a group of them together and kind of talked collectively about what we're planning on doing. Have you reported that? Did you hear that?
Yeah. I had that a couple days ago, and nothing major. I just heard from a couple people who were involved that he gathered them and just had a little chat and explained to them, hey, this is the situation we're in. This is what's going to take place the next few days, and don't be surprised. I talked to some people around the league who said that's pretty common and actually good of a general manager to do, just to lay it out there so you're not people are just in the dark, not knowing what's going on, and then a week later they find out they're traded, which happens a lot. So Doug took the step to tell them, hey, this is what we're thinking about doing, and obviously he doesn't go into details in the group setting there, but everybody knows what's coming. So it definitely happened last week.
Do we know who all would have been? So in that moment, if he says, hey, Falk, the deal. Hey, Jenner, maybe even Pius Suter. But hey, Robert, we want you in on this too. Like, do we know who all was involved in it? Because some guys might have been like, "Oh, me? I'm not going anywhere."
Yeah, no. So in terms of what I know, I don't know exact attendance, but anybody with a clause, a modified, 14, 15 team, no trade, a full no trade. Colton Parayko, I don't think was quite back yet from the Olympics. Jordan Bennington was coming back. I think he was there. But yeah, it was a decent sized group when you think about all the clauses that the Blues have on the team.
JR, who'd we get for O'Reilly and Tarasenko? And looking back, did either of those trades pay off? That's from the 314.
Yeah, no, I think so. You look at the situation with O'Reilly. He went to Toronto, and you got a first-round pick. And then you look at, Tarasenko. The Blues packaged him with Nico Mikkola, and he went to the New York Rangers, and you got a first-round pick. I think those are what the Blues are after. And I think even if they end up pulling off this deal with Buffalo, or Utah or whoever, you're going to wind up getting not only a first-round pick, but you're going to get, players who were picked in the top 10, top 15 the past couple of years. So, the names on the table yesterday with Buffalo, Consta, Huselius, you look at a defenseman, Radim Murtka. Like, these are some guys who were highly thought of in the draft the past couple of years, and those are the types of players that you can add. So, Doug's always done a decent job of moving these players at the deadline, whether it be Tarasenko or O'Reilly. And, this one's different, completely different. It's not an expiring contract like O'Reilly and Tarasenko. This is a situation where, they're trading a player with a lot of term left.
What floors me about Tarasenko, he pops up the other night, Minnesota. He played more than a decade in St. Louis, had a really good run with the Blues. And then you look, Rangers, Panthers, Red Wings, Senators, Wild. He's been on 5 teams. He just left here a couple of years ago, and he's been on 5 teams since.
Yeah, really hanging on there. And, best for Vladdy, obviously top 10 Blues and scoring, points, goals, all that stuff. But, a situation where I think he had worn out his welcome, and that's kind of what happens with players once they do get moved, they start to bounce around, and he's definitely going to have a lot of jerseys hanging in his closet when he's done.
What's a rob-off means?
Yeah, what is a roll-off? That's a good question.
But he'll be a Blues Hall of Famer at some point, don't you think?
Yeah, I think so. We'll be sitting next to him, Doug, at the Hall of Fame banquet down at the MAC, and you'll be spoon feeding Mark Hanna some cake there.
Oh, we can only hope.
Robin feeding.
Man, I might have to go for that one, or just to get a video if you guys could clip it off. Mark Hanna is the sponsor of this segment. He's online at evergreen-ws.com. Jeremy Rutherford getting up really early with us as he is in Seattle for the festivities here with the Blues and Kraken, but really the trade deadline. I look at this as the opposite side of the O'Reilly trade. We got O'Reilly for what at the time seemed like peanuts. Now one of those peanuts is Tage Thompson. You're going to hope they trade Robert Thomas and that they get a guy who's Tage Thompson that lines up with the rest of the team's competitive ages. That's from Uncle Cucker.
Yeah, and it's a good point. And let's not forget that when Tage Thompson went to Buffalo, he didn't look like he was going to be a player. They sent him down to the American Hockey League, and he had to put a ton of time in until he came up and started to produce. So sometimes those are projects, and sometimes they don't work out. The Blues could have made this deal for Thomas yesterday, and in 3 years we're saying these prospects aren't panning out. There's no guarantee, and I think that's why a majority of the Blues fans, like I said earlier, 60% maybe, are saying, you can't roll the dice on prospects in this type of trade for a guy who's 26 and entering the prime of his career. So for sure risky, but in the case of Buffalo, it worked out getting Tage Thompson.
And for fans who say, well, why does it make sense if the Blues would even tell you, hey, he's a really good player. We love Robert Thomas. He's highly skilled. The only reason it would make sense is if you think your depth is pretty lean. You just don't have enough quality players that you cash that chip in, like a Brendan Donovan. Okay, what can we get in return? Yeah, he's a great player. We're not going to win for a couple of years. I guess the idea is just that if we get enough in return, it helps us rebuild faster. Even though the guy's good, we can just use him to get more quantity.
Yeah, and I think that's the benefit of it. But I think the root of all this is changing out the core. And that's not to disparage Robert Thomas, but if in next year they kept these 3 together, Buchnevich, Kyrou, Thomas, whatever, and this team isn't going anywhere, and now Robert Thomas is a year older, and now he, perhaps has less trade value, I don't know, then you're looking at why didn't the Blues do anything? The same question we were asking earlier. So the root of it is busting up this core a little bit, and then the benefit is getting these types of young players.
Do you ever hear Buchnevich's name mentioned as a possible trade chip?
No, his name has not been, which I know Blues fans probably would like it to be with his 6-year deal kicking in this year, and he's 30 years old, so this is a deal that's probably going to go sour. However, if the Blues are going full, I don't want to say rebuild because they're not going to do that, but if they're going retool that's going to take 3 or 4 years, talking to some people, Pavel Buchnevich is not going to want to be a part of that, but that's kind of moot because the Blues probably wouldn't want him to be part of it. So it would just be after they're done with the Robert Thomas deal. Maybe it's this summer, maybe it's a year from now. How can you move Pavel Buchnevich? But that's going to be a much, much tougher thing to pull off.
JR, we appreciate all the time spent here with us. 25 minutes of peppering JR with questions from the listeners as the trade deadline is fast and furious. Are the Blues one of the centerpiece teams here over the next 50 hours or so?
Yeah, for sure. It might even be holding things up a little bit. If they were to trade a Falk or a Preco or whoever, then maybe you see some more dominoes fall. But, definitely the centerpiece, and probably got about 4 or 5, 6 radio hits lined up today, but you guys were first. How about
that, Doug? How does that make you feel?
Probably get some coffee in Seattle. Just don't get salmon, Tim. Is that what it is?
Yeah, trout's terrific. Salmon sucks per Matt Weiner. That's correct. That is correct.
All right.
JR, we appreciate the time, man. Thanks so much.
All right, I'm going to go brush my teeth. Thanks, guys.
Okay, thank you.
Super hot. Jeremy Rutherford with us from Seattle, as he is very busy today, not only talking with members of the Blues and the NHL, but also a number of radio stations, as the Blues are, as he said, one of the centerpieces here, and perhaps the first domino to fall for a number of other moves that are going to take place. Brought to you by Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies, evergreen-ws.com. Think about it.
So he took the over as well. Kerber took the over. But we got the clock's ticking, Doug.
You guys feel good about your under?
I don't feel good about it. I don't feel good about it. I kind of went there just because everyone is assuming. Every once in a while, you go against the grain and say, maybe it's not all going to come together, like the Robert Thomas deal.
Yeah.
By all accounts, pretty close to being done, and then all of a sudden it's not. Maybe if enough fall through. The problem is I didn't really account for like the Sunnies and the Suitors. I was thinking like the bigger names, so I don't feel good about it.
Is there anyone you blame specifically for the Blues falling apart this year?
It's a good question. I like that question.
Because ultimately it's Armstrong. It's his team. He put it together.
And Montgomery's coaching it.
Yeah. But the players, you have had a lot of injuries. Don't like to hear that. Any one player... Like if Holloway had been healthy and been dynamic and was an emerging star, does that change the whole team? They're still giving up a lot of goals.
Yeah, it feels like it's a group effort among the players.
Yeah, it's a really good question. It's not like there's a starting pitcher that's a Cy Young contender that's 2-20.
Yeah.
They're all bad, Doug? Is that it?
It's just the whole program is falling apart when it started with such high hopes. Yeah, I'm not sure there is an easy answer to that. I guess it's got to go to the management and the coaching staff.
It's the top three's fault, Doug. That's from Doug's Soggy Waffles.
The top three? And who would that be?
Well, it'd be Thomas and Kyrou and Booch.
Or are they talking about Stillman and Armstrong and Montgomery?
No, I think they mean your top three that are locked in on the long-term deals, the guys who we keep mentioning. Buchnevich is not on the trade market because there's no market for it, obviously. Yeah, I think Thomas, Kyrou, Buchnevich that are supposed to be your star players. Now, Thomas has been out for about, 6 weeks? Kyrou's having a down year. Booch has been quiet.
Boy, that Buchnevich situation.
And that kicks in next year.
Yeah.
It starts next year. For 5 more years after next year. 6 total.
My goodness. Yikes.
Yeah, what were they thinking there?
Balloon Party says I was on the right side of history per Jackson Burkett.
Confirmed.
Sorry? What? Papers was gone for about a half hour there. I noticed. That's okay.
He's replying to emails.
Welcome back.
He is.
Good to
I
be
was
back.
in one of the emails.
Yeah.
He's taking care of business.
Yeah, just doing my job. Letting you guys cook.
Yeah.
what you guys do best.
You're chopping it up.
Yeah, you guys chop it up, and I just, I stand by.
Short answer is it's depressing for Blues fans.
Yeah.
I mean, this has been
It really has been.
slow decline, and Doug, we were talking off air, you mentioned it too, since winning the Cup. They were really good that next year, got burned by the bubble and all that stuff, and then 2022, Kadri hits Bennington. Maybe that team would have made a run, but since then, it's just been, last year was sort of the, was it the 2019 aberration or more of like a 2021 Cardinals, 22 Cardinals, where they got in and got you excited, and then you look back later and say, I don't know, maybe we weren't that good. There are some definite parallels here.
Your thoughts are welcome. 314-399-9646. That's how you can text into the Air Comfort Service text inbox. You're also welcome to talk it over with other TMA listeners in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. That is the TMA STL YouTube chat. Subscribe to the TMA STL channel, and you can go in there and talk it over. And if Doug gets to 6,700 subscribers, he gets gold bullion.
Hello, bullion.
So try and get Doug his bonus if you could. That'd really help him out. We got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up at 9:45 here on the program. Day 3 of this Schaefer Door Company prize, which is a $5,000 brand new garage door from Jason Gosrow and Schaefer Door Company. That is the prize for the emailer of the month here on TMA. The program is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen online at getbc.com or by calling 314-222-2222. It's Brown and Crouppen, Ed Herman, Andy Crouppen, Terry Crouppen. They all come in studio, and they can come in studio because they're local. They're right here in the St. Louis area. And if you are in need of a personal injury attorney, you would want somebody who is local. Brown and Crouppen is local, the presenting sponsor of the Morning After Now for multiple years. The name of the game is supporting the sponsors. So if you're in a position to do business with Brown and Crouppen, we ask that you support the sponsors and go to getbc.com or call 314-222-2222 and let them know you heard about them on the Morning After. Brown and Crouppen. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements. The program's called TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. On the Polos Plus dossier, Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming your way at 9:45. Send yours in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. It's TMA on 101 ESPN, the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Village Bar, great spot for lunch, happy hour. Bring your friends, bring your family. Great spot to just meet up. The games are always on. Menus outstanding with the best cheeseburger in town. Get the waffle fries, crinkle fries, the wings. I even love a good salad up. Yeah, you make fun of me, but I love the salads at Village Bar as well. They've been doing this for a long time, and over the last few years, they added 1879 Distilling. That's in the barn out back. That's where they make the award-winning spirits. Red Barn Vodka, 1879 Rye, 1879 Bourbon. Go to that website, 1879distilling.com. It'll tell you the backstory, but also a really cool site that just sort of spells it out and shows you the process where they make Red Barn Vodka in 1879, all the different flavors. And on Saturdays, it's noon to 5, where the tasting room is open. The tasting room is connected to the Village Bar. It's just to the east there, and it's a really cool spot. A little gift shop as well for the Village Bar, 1879. Noon to 5, your chance to taste the products on Saturdays. That's been rolling on now for a while. Popular thing. Noon to 5 on Saturdays, 1879 Tasting Room. Find out more online at 1879distilling.com, St. Louis, Missouri.
This is Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. SLU back in action tonight as they take on the Loyola Ramblers. That's going to be a 7 p.m. tip-off this evening for SLU. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Cream. Yeah. This puts you in a good headspace, Doug?
Very good headspace.
I got into an argument with a Blues fan at the beginning of the year when he said the Blues don't even have a top 200 player on the roster. Well, he might have been right. That's from the salty bald dad from Caseyville.
Top 200 player? Oh, I would think they'd be in the top 200. Maybe not top 100. Thomas is in the top 200, for sure.
Trying to get me to foul, aren't you? I'm just thinking, holler. Is there going to be a Rogers and Hammerstone or Hammertoe or any of these guys, any of these great producers of music out there? Will they come up with a new ballad on how things have just gone to crap?
You saying that will probably lead to one, yes?
Okay.
The program's called The Morning After. We are in the 9 o'clock hour, which is brought to you by McKernan of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. Jeremy Rutherford with us just now as he is in Seattle with the Blues for the trade deadline. Bearcat's not happy about his appearance on the program and says, come on, guys, one more Blues guest will allow me to fast forward and catch up to the live stream. So he's
Hey, you dumbass!
No. Gosh.
Now, in fairness, Bearcats has been Venmoing me cash each day. I don't know why, but I appreciate it. And therefore, as you guys know, I have to read his text if you Venmo me cash.
Yeah, yeah. I think it's a pretty good model.
Jackson's horny today. Look out, boys. That's from the Linda Sniffer. Is that true?
No, hornier than usual. Wins above horniness?
Wow. Friend of the program, Jackson's buddy, actually, Michael McGreevy. Where'd this come from?
Foul T.
Oh, foul T?
Yeah.
Do you like that foul T instead of foul territory? Saves you some time.
We got plenty of time. It's
and he
a
is
4-hour show.
The Cardinal player rep, Martin, because he really wanted it, and all the players thought he should be the guy.
Hey, you do it. No, you do it. No, you do it. All right, McGreevy's the new player rep.
Here he is on, what's he got talking about here? Anybody's ball game in the Cardinal clubhouse.
That's right.
I'm excited for this year. We got a lot of young guys, like you said, in the rotation, even in the clubhouse. So just creating that new foundation, playing with all these young guys, I think in this rebuild, seeing all the guys that are going to make their major league debuts this year, I feel like it's going to be a lot of guys, a lot of good guys in the farm system. Anyone can make an impact on this team. So it's really anybody's ball game in this clubhouse.
Do you guys talk about that? Like, there's no help from the outside. It's going to be us young guys, or is it something that you're just like, I got to take care of my business and let everything else happen?
You know, like the Major League Baseball season, it's so long, and especially in the minor leagues, it's such a grind that you do have to have that. I got to take care of my own business first. It's kind of a selfish way to think about it in the minor leagues, but in this clubhouse, there's been no talks of, hey, just every man for himself. It's, hey, like what kind of culture can we create here? What kind of foundation can we create here? We want everybody pulling on the same side of the rope. So a lot of young guys with maybe not the most amount of experience in the big leagues, but I think collectively we're all in the same point of our careers that if we're all pulling the same direction, that this rebuild is going to be very quick.
Cardinals are 6-4 in spring training, Doug.
Here we go.
With a winning percentage, therefore, of 600.
Too hard to figure it out.
So where are the Cardinal haters now? They're 2.5 games back of the Pirates, who are 9-2.
Yeah, Pirates are rolling.
I mean, somebody's got to be on this team.
Somebody. How about we did all the hockey talk? Katie Woosburner texted in, who cares? This team sucks. Could you please talk about the Cardinals and SLU? So the Blues suck, but you want us to talk about the Cardinals.
That's right.
Well, so JC homered for Team Italy, Doug. Does that make you feel better?
It does, yeah. Here comes the Jace.
Does anybody play for the U.S. team? So JC's on Team Italy. Arenado is on Team Puerto Rico.
I don't know. Who else the Cardinals have playing for
Could the world fill out their rosters without the American-born players? He said.
Is JC the only guy playing in the world of baseball? thing from the Cardinals?
No, somebody.
I think he might be.
Herrera pulled back initially, focusing on his game, which we appreciate. Didn't they blame the bad start in 23? The Cardinals had so many guys in the World Baseball Classic.
Mm-hmm. And now next to no one.
They said that got them a little bit
Well, that won't be a
sideways.
problem this year. Here we go. That's our slogan. We didn't send anybody to the World Baseball Classic. Here we go.
It doesn't look. Is there another Cardinal anywhere? I don't think so.
I wouldn't think so.
Tim, does Ireland have a team? Because McGreevy would be a great candidate too.
Yeah, he would be.
Yeah.
Not play for the U.S., but play for.
Well,
Willie McGee.
I think
come back.
Riley O'Brien, he pulled back. He was going to be on the Korean team, but he was injured.
Well, I don't know what that says about the roster.
Okay, now look. Okay,
What are you trying to
Leonardo
say?
Bernal's on the Panamanian roster.
Oh, okay.
Herrera, I think he said he wasn't going to do it. That Matt Koperniak, he's on the Great Britain team, Doug.
Is he
No,
really?
I'm looking at the Great Britain roster, and almost every single one of them was born in the USA.
Yeah. But they're fans of what? Fish and chips?
So how do
What
they-
is the qualifying?
I guess if your heritage is from Great Britain, which would include a lot of
Doug loves those uniforms.
Be about half of
God,
Major League Baseball.
the uniforms for Great Britain are hilariously bad. I want to see if they've updated them this year.
If you're looking at your Cardinal spring training offensive stats, which Chaim Bloom told us is one of the biggest mistakes an organization can make when he passive-aggressively made reference to the Cardinals calling up Jordan Walker 2023. That's what I believe that was.
Well, let's take a look-see.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 4 of the top 9 Cardinal OPSs belong to catchers. Jackson, this is your orgy.
Hell yes. Hell yes.
Pozo's hitting again.
Yep.
All
what do you know?
All he does is hit.
That's what they do. These guys hit. Ball players.
I mean, I'm just going bankroll on the over 69.5. It's bankroll season.
Yeah,
Because of the
good.
catching.
Because of the number of catchers who are raking. That's correct.
I don't know. It looks bleak.
What are we doing here, guys? Scrolling Google. Let's talk about the Fan Page Club Championship. Doug, that's from the Linda Sniffer. You playing this year?
When is it?
Jackson?
It hasn't been scheduled yet, has it?
Yeah, that's a tough question.
I haven't played
We'll
it
get
in the
back
last
to you.
couple of years.
Yeah, well, it's a sought after.
Jackson's trending upward right now. I'm just letting you know.
Feeling good about my game.
The's a little buzz.
Ball-
a little buzz.
Ball's
Still
not-
doesn't have a gin that he's paying for. That's going to be a problem. You'll probably
I
wind
think
up
I
at the
did.
bottom of the river.
I think I.
You don't know if you did.
Well, I tried. I tried to pay
You
for
tried
it.
to buy something.
And it kept saying it kept returning me to the payment site. And I was like, I just hit confirm payment. What are we
Stop
doing?
paying the people.
I hope I didn't get triple charged. They should at least actually they should bump up my number, my index, if I pay extra money.
Yeah, to help sandbag.
Yeah, that'd be ideal.
Doug, Jim Nantz, and all of the CBS broadcast team were asked this question. What someone needs to shoot to say they're a good golfer. Now, I would say Jackson Burkett's a good golfer. You go out with Jackson, he's going to shoot 85 to 93.
I'd say lower than that.
Oh, Lottie frickin' da. Oh,
Well, my
because he doesn't pay for
my
his...
last 2 rounds are lower than that.
Watch your ego, dude.
I think my capabilities are better than that. But yeah, I'd say mid to low 80s.
That's the answer to the question?
Yeah.
For you or for being a good golfer?
For me, that's what I am.
Okay.
It depends on your perspective, where you're coming from. If you're talking about Jim Nantz and the guys who hang around the guys on the tour, they're probably going to say something in the 70s.
So you will hear who's in this: Jim Nantz, Amanda Balionis,
Colt Knost, yeah,
Trevor Immelman.
Yep. I think that's about it. Faxon?
Yeah, it might be Faxon. Yeah. All right, Doug, here's the answers. You're going to get your answer right now.
What does the average golfer need to shoot to be able to say that they're good at golf? We asked our Golf on CBS crew.
Break 90. There's only 10% of the golfing population that can break 90, so I think that's the goal for anybody out there.
I'm going to say if you consistently shoot in the 80s, you are a tremendous golfer.
Are you serious? Average golf, I would say 85.
You got to be able to break 80. I think if you can break 80, you're a good golfer.
I think breaking 90. I think if you could break 90, you know how to get your ball around, not hold up play. It's totally acceptable and a good achievement.
Bogey golf.
Break 80.
What does the average golfer need to shoot to be able to tell people they're good at golf?
But now are we on a loop?
72.
Oh,
wow, okay.
Several months later.
I've gotten a lot of flack for almost a half a year since I answered that the first time. So I'm begging for an amendment. I think if you shoot somewhere in the 80s, you can take your game anywhere in the world. I kind of maybe misunderstood that question the first time. But listen, golf can be successful no matter the score. I think that's something that's a little overrated. I have a friend, Al Michaels, who plays 7 days a week, can't break 100, but he maybe loves the game more than anyone I know. So that is a good golfer. We count Al. We count people that have their heart in the right place and play with passion.
Like I said, I have a good friend, Al Michaels. Well, we've heard of him.
Yeah.
Can't break 100, plays 7 days a week. That's a rough.
I agree with the if you're a bogey golfer, I think most people would consider you a good golfer.
And that's like shooting 90.
And like the guy who said, if you can shoot like that, you can play any course in the country and not hold up play and be okay. I kind of agree with that sentiment.
For the term good, I would say break 80, which I heard peppered in there a few times. For the term good,
I would say very good. If you're breaking 80, you're a very good golfer. That's really good. You've had a heck of a round if you're below 80.
But again, if you're like playing all the time and you're not really breaking 90, then so I think there's a scale on how often you play and then performance. So if you're playing a lot and you're not really putting up numbers.
But they're saying average golfer. The average golfer never breaks 80.
No, that wasn't the question. The question was, what's a good golfer?
What do you have to shoot to say that you're a good golfer?
Because the average golfer probably shoots 100, you know.
Didn't she say average in the question? She never said
no. Good. And Nance, did he say 72? And that was the first time around he wanted that putt back, 72.
Yep.
That's a rough standard.
It should be by age. If you're over 55 and breaking 80, it's very good. That's from Starfish Street.
I think if you're
also playing different tees.
That's true. I think if you're a single-digit handicap, I think you can say that you're a good golfer.
I think it's 83. That's the number. So that makes you a good golfer.
That's pretty good. 83 is pretty good for most people.
But if you're over that, you're okay. But 83, you're good.
Decent as a bogey golfer. If you break 80, you're a good golfer. That's from the Quentin's Tall Girl?
Yeah.
The Quentin's Tall Girls you texted in?
I tend to agree
with that.
Well,
then we have to define what is good, really. It's kind of a relative term.
Yeah, I agree with that, Doug.
Because there's a lot of people that are just horrible, terrible, can't get off the tee, can't do anything, don't know where the ball's going, ever.
I hang around 90, and I don't feel like a good golfer. That's from the Sun Launcher.
I think you would be a average golfer if you're if you're shooting in the 90s consistently. You're pretty average.
That's about a bogey golf.
Maybe slightly above average.
Yeah. It also the course is a monster factor in this.
Right. That's why I brought in the handicap thing because I think it takes in all the counts. It takes into all the factors into it. That if you're in the single digits, I think you're probably consider yourself a good golfer.
Chairman Kurt has sent in, it's quite obvious someone has been lied to, and it looks like a staticky picture. What am I looking at here?
That's a boomer screenshot of Jackson's handicap.
What's going on?
So it's always your own guys. You know that I haven't had a gen. That you can't even enter scores in right now in the St. Louis area.
You can, starting on March 1st. I'd ask you.
My last round was before March 1st.
No, that's not what you said, though.
As of my last round, you couldn't enter scores in.
I can have the audio played back for you if you'll do it.
Okay, that's fine. I'm willing to do so. It's always your own guys. First of all, what the hell are you doing over there?
Exactly. Every once in a while, when I don't get involved,
You got to take a shot?
This isn't a papers, man. It's papers.
An out-of-context shot? No, my last two rounds have been
Is Kurt
in the low
engagement
80s.
farming over there?
Yeah, and he knows that I haven't been entering in scores.
Well,
that's just been presented.
That's the part I circled was your last entered score. And that's why I made the joke about someone as being lied. I'm just playing, Jackson.
You guys are loggerheads.
No, it's just,
Kiss and make up.
I get it from enough folks, is what I'll say. I get it from enough folks.
Name 20.
Look at
the
rest of the show.
That guy. Yep, there they are.
Guys, you also have to take in the cart girl. She can really change your game. That's from the Swing Haven board member.
I don't know that they can.
The most pathetic thing that can go on a golf course isn't shooting 120. It's the guy taking his shot at the cart girl.
Yeah, that is rough.
A lot of people do.
You immediately take yourself out of a good golfer conversation if that's your play.
If I just give this 19-year-old girl a nice tip, I might have a chance with her.
Clip that off.
That's what they're thinking.
Use that out of context, please. The horny banker said, if someone asks you if you're good at golf and you say yes, you're not a good golfer.
I think if you wear golf shorts with about a 5-inch inseam with a white belt and wear those golf hats with the course nickname in super large letters, then you're definitely a good golfer, Doug. That's Alan. He's in Dadeville. Being mad at Kurt instead of taking accountability is an all-time Jackson move. That's from Steven time, Brothers time, Ed.
Hey,
Steven,
you're
this was
lame.
Steven.
Kurt is not lame. I don't care if Kurt wants to take a shot. It's fine. Okay. I don't care. I'm not mad. I'm saying... And if I've my last 5 years of being on the air or any accountability, I can tell you my last 2 rounds were 82-83. So I don't really care.
So you're a good golfer by my metric.
Whatever. I don't care. Whatever.
I witnessed Papers playing. He's trending up.
Yeah.
He's trending up.
Yeah.
And when I've told people that, they're like, oh, has he figured out the 7-iron distance thing? So you're being able to do it even with the open club.
It just goes
thing.
straight right now.
God bless America.
Ball's
Trending up, Doug.
Ball's just going straight.
Now, what would you have to shoot to just be a golfer? Do I play? Yeah. Am I
think
good?
if you
No.
can...
How often do you play? Are you a golfer?
If you can get off the tee without going out of bounds 50% of the time, I think you are truly playing golf. I think once you are hitting off the tee and just can't get it in play, you got to reset.
You got to reset.
No good golfer hits his 7-iron 155 yards. It's from the 618.
It's the interesting thing about the game is that it's not measured based on how far you hit a certain club. It's meant of how many strokes you take in a round.
How about that, Doug? Think about
So
that.
if you can figure out a way to, despite maybe not hitting it as far as you want, but still score in the right range, then it really doesn't matter.
It's club selection elitism.
Yeah, I mean...
Like, why would you care what club someone else uses to hit a certain distance?
It's just another thing to poke fun at me.
Hey, Jackson, you can enter your score from Grove. It's from the 3-4. That is true.
I know. I got
And
it.
from, what do we play, PGA National and East Point?
Yeah.
Those 3 scores should be in there unless you're bagging.
No, trust me, those would help the index. On the,
Make it lower. It'd lower your index.
Not the East Point and the PGA National.
really?
rounds. I don't think so. 90s.
I don't know
and,
well, we didn't finish the PGA National round.
Right. Well, they can aggregate real nice for me.
I can aggregate real nice for me.
Yeah. Yeah, I will.
I would say good golfers are better putters than long hitters. That's from Mahomes' long body.
Absolutely.
I just really like the idea that Kurt sniped from within the building. Like he pulled an old Glenn Close. I won't be ignored.
In my defense, that's kind of been my thing for the last few years.
And that's fine by me, baby.
It's fine by me, baby.
You know I love you.
Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day is coming your way here in about 5 minutes. It's day 3 of the March competition. Doug, you know anything about Design Air?
I do, and I would discourage people from intentionally doing something to ruin their furnace just so one of the handsome repairmen can come out and take a look at it.
Yeah.
Don't do that. They're going to come out whether you do it or if it just goes bad organically. And sometimes they do. You know, furnaces need updates from time to time, as do air conditioners. And at Design Air, they have seen it all. Been in business in St. Louis since 1904, more than a century of keeping homes comfortable and customers happy. And not just another HVAC company, also happen to be the longest running sponsor on TMA, and we appreciate that loyalty. At the helm is Seth Goldcamp, a name you can trust, leading a team that truly values integrity. At Design Air, they believe in honest work. You're not going to be sold something that you don't need. So whether you're dealing with the St. Louis cold or the summer heat, they have got your back with dependable service and no pressure solutions. Visit designairservice.com. Schedule your service today. You'll be happy that you did. Design Air, comfort you can count on since 1904. Design Air brings the heat.
Nice. I like that a lot. We got
Home
that
of the
Design
handsome
Air
repair.
Heating and Cooling. Email today coming up next here on your Polos Plus dossier. It's TMA 101 ESPN. A lot of trade deadline talk here. Jimmy Rutherford with us earlier. If you want a podcast, it's brought to you by Schaefer Door Company. They're the ones giving away this huge prize for the winner of the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Month on the morning after 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. We broadcast from the Stiefel Studios, and we will have the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email today coming up here. Jackson, however, has the winner of the TMA Listener of the Month. We had the Papal Conclave. Jackson, this is a big moment here because this listener is going to win the Form Energy prize pack. The TMA Listener of the Month presented by Form Energy. We do the work. If you want to sign up, you can maintain your anonymity and sign up at tmastl.com. The winner of the month of February, ladies and gentlemen, Jackson Burkett has the envelope.
The winner of the prize pack, which, Doug, I know you're wondering, it includes a hat, a shirt, a pair of sunglasses, a towel, 2 koozies, a fanny pack, and a case of Form Energy.
It's like a float trip party pack.
It is a real float trip party. This is the winner of the email of the month. Wasn't the big prize last month, but this person did end up winning Listener of the Month based on the Papal Conclave. Shooter McGavin takes home the month of February for Listener of the Month.
Congratulations, Shooter McGavin. Had a really nice month email-wise. Has been a force. Fun to see. Fun. Congratulations on your Form Energy prize pack. Shooter McGavin, you're having a monster year. Maybe he's Listener of the Year material.
You'd have to be considered.
You'd have to at this point as you start to get ready to look back on first quarter performance, Doug. You got to be excited about where Shooter McGavin is early on in the season.
I don't really care.
I like to put out a way too early Listener of the Year ranking.
Hey, if you're tired of always waking up exhausted, the dad bod starting to weigh on you, you're finding it harder to get excited about basically anything. If your energy, focus, and drive aren't what they used to be, it might not be that you're, quote, just getting older. Good chances your hormones and metabolism are out of balance. So this new year, let's get back to the old you. You remember that guy, sharp at work, full energy, fun, the one people enjoyed being around? That's where Mentality comes in. They're not a macho, low-T bro clinic. They're human-centered, and their mission is to figure out what's really going on in your body and your brain. They start by listening, they run real labs, and explain your results in plain English. And then they build a personalized science-backed plan using hormone therapy and FDA-approved peptide treatments to help get your brain and body back on track. So stop telling yourself and everyone around you that you're fine. Right now, all new patient labs will be covered in your treatment plan, and that's a savings of $250 right out of the gate. Reclaim the old you, the younger you, with Mentality. Schedule your appointment now at lowtusa.com. That's lowtusa.com, LOWTUSA.com. We'll take a quick break, come back with the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day next.
Stiefel is one of the truly great companies in St. Louis. Has been around a long time, 1890. They sponsor the Cardinals and the Blues, Stiefel Theater, Stiefel Charity Classic, the U.S. National Ski Team. They sponsor us, and we certainly appreciate that. Basically, if it involves finance, Stiefel has a solution for you. With 12 offices across the St. Louis region and more than 400 nationwide, Stiefel combines local experience with national reach. Unlike many firms, Stiefel isn't bank-owned. They own their own bank, and that independence allows them to focus on one thing, doing what's best for their clients. It's a philosophy that has made Stiefel one of the fastest growing wealth management firms in the world. Their tagline says it all, where success meets success. That's why partnering with TMA just makes sense. Stiefel and TMA, where success meets success. Stiefel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE. There.
Hey, what's this be, eh? Doug, you have to like this.
Well, I haven't heard much of it.
This paper is on fire.
It's just the instrumental.
That's it? That's all this is?
Just the instrumental, yeah.
Okay. Whew. All right.
You don't like Mobb Deep?
Yeah, why don't you like
like something with a little more flair to it than this?
Well, then you like the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Well, it's day 3, and so far for this Schaefer Door Company Garage Door Prize, Toby won yesterday. Chet's neighbor won on Monday. Who will claim a point today? Why, let's listen. And in van.
Okay.
2, 1. Fine men of the morning after. Do you think Joe Lenardi would be interested in a blacketology of Jackson's AI-generated bangers? I think that is something that St. Louis, nay, the world, could really get behind. Doug, with the potential windfall from the online gambling world, this could be a realistic alternative to the private equity firm you mentioned yesterday. In my first attempt at the email of the day, I failed to elicit my namesake. So, Doug, here is a joke. What did the drummer name his daughters?
I don't know. What did he name his daughters?
Anna 1, Anna 2.
I don't mind it.
That's from Doug's little chuckle.
Oh, I got it.
I don't mind it.
Martin, you see what that was?
Wow, and it
really nice there.
Doug is a little chuckle.
Good morning, fellers. So my wife and I got into a real heater this morning after complaining about my text to the TMA text inbox not being read on the air. She told me to hand over my phone so she could read through them and determine herself if they were funny or idiotic. Noticing my hesitation in handing it over, her eyes narrowed as she began looking through my phone. You see, I was worried she might take offense at the candids I recently captured of the cute dads at our son's soccer game. But those barely made her whiskers twitch. Instead, her rage simmered as she read message after message of praise and admiration for Tim. Finally, it was a pair of texts that sent her into a full boil. The first, directed at the inane messages sent to TMA from Know Nothing Fats, quote, felt personal. And the second, about a woman whose tramp stamp I used for target practice, felt, quote, misogynistic. Well, now the jealousy normally directed at the joy helmet nachos bring me was in full throttle. Screaming, can Tim make you these? And she knocked a bowl of sausages out my hand, sending shards of glistening, do you say Pyrex?
Yeah.
All over the floor, and me cowering to my corner of shame. The last time she was this angry, I was only fed carrots and broccoli for a month and not allowed to wear a diaper.
Oh.
Lucky for me, I was able to snag a bunch of those all-you-can-eat bratwurst tickets from the Cardinals. I can't wait to dip them suckers into the cheese of my helmet nachos. I guess the Cardinals and I will see better days at some point. Anyway, see you at the ballpark. That's from Fred Dreyer's Mushroom Mark. You play Hunter?
Defensive end also for the Rams. Good player. Fred Dreyer's Mushroom Mark.
Hi. I hear I won email of the day yesterday. That's cool. I was able to still rub out a win even though my butt-stuffed joke with Vaughn went full Kevin Miller autocorrect on me, and I missed it because I typed it whilst upon the John.
No.
I hit send too soon because I had a wipe. Anyway, since today is my first day ever emailing into the show, I was hoping Tim could get me in to talk to the dudes that steer the Hubbard ship. Things are going good. They have not one, but 2 pots of coffee a brewing with creamer. Advertisers love their partnership so much that they just give thousands of dollars of free product away. Not to mention, they host most historic rock radio station ever, Casey. Not to mention, they host most historic rock radio station ever, Casey.
Okay.
But have they considered finding me a Ferrari? I was thinking I could drive it around and give shouts out to Hubbard. When ladies at Napoli 1, 2, or 3 come to see how much alimony they could squeeze from me, boy peanuts, I could say, hey, Hubbard got this for me. I guarantee you they'll be smiling, even though their faces won't physically allow it. Or when the fat Brandons and Jeffcos see me rolling through Doug?
Hematai? How's it spelled?
Hematite.
EMOTD.
This is tough for our meat and potatoes brand.
Hematite? All right. We've heard enough from this fella.
He's a winner. Reigning winner.
And this is Toby. He is a winner. Hey, nice car, boss. People in Jeffco call people boss all the time. It's a good way to tell you're in Jeffco. I could yell back to the fatty lumpkin, see this? Hubbard. And then I could do a burnout and peel away. The license plate would read ROI. Boom. How's that for an impression? I have plenty of other ideas like this, too. Okay. Something like a mattress or an apartment wouldn't work. That'd just be a dumb idea, and I ain't a dumb. Just tell me when to come in so we can discuss. You can reach me at, and then he gives his phone number and says to ask for Toby. Sup, Kurt? Till tomorrow, it's from Toby. Okay. P.S. I need a garage door. My wife's a dumbass?
Toby. Had that been his entire email, he'd have probably won.
You don't know he won't.
It's all the other stuff was a little wordy.
Every morning, you guys make my near pants crapping experience on I-270 after my morning Starbucks motor oil coffee a bit more bearable. Side note, I drive past the studio in Olive every morning and can smell Doug's musk. Mm-hmm. Is his also coffee-induced? Perhaps a pair of drop seat pajamas would help us both. Smells and well wishes, that's from the Fenton import. DeSotoite imported to Fenton.
Fenton import by way of DeSoto.
I am not sure there is anything hotter than kicking a stall door open at Busch Stadium 400 level and locking eyes with a gentleman who is laboring.
Oh, gosh. Why would you do as much? You look for feet, right? You look for feet.
Hey, man, if that's your kink, brother, I'm not gonna kink shame it.
Well,
Jennings
if it's a
loved
wide
it.
base. Well, if it's a wide base.
You'd still see the feet.
That was at Senator Larry Craig. He was from Idaho, and he was in the Minneapolis airport.
Like the toe tag.
Yeah. Injecting it with the same spices that are used for Caesar salads that are served urinal side at the Nobu in Wentzville. This location has a drive-thru. I knew Nobu's were going to start putting drive-thrus in.
Urinal side.
Put your hand in that bowl and get a sample. Swirl around your mouth before pinning Bill's ears back.
Okay.
My tongue is dung, Doug.
No.
It's from Bill Gates. So I know about Bill Gates. That was Microsoft. Remember the dance he was doing when they unveiled Windows 95?
This is Bill Gates. Maybe it's Guppus.
Morning, boys. On my way back to Howard's Hair Hat Emporium down in Barnhart, the air became thick with the musk of high cholesterol and bad choices once I crossed the Jeffco County line. One must be careful down there because the intoxicating aroma can lead you to the back parking lot of the Casey's General Store looking for a gentleman named Chet who sells homemade wares out of the trunk of his 93 Celica that has 3 flat tires and who mumbles to himself about a 7th grade basketball game that happened 20 years ago that derailed his dreams. Anyway, another great show today, gentlemen. You all receive one Kogeran.
Kogeran. Krugeran. Yeah, that's right. In South
For
Africa.
today's effort. Also, when did Martin become a spokesperson for Big Cooler? That's from the Heiser House Hooligan.
Oh, my hat's a Yeti hat.
Oh!
It's kind of the
I didn't know
Rob.
what that was in reference to.
No, it's like the Rob Lowe NFL hat. I don't know why our
it
house.
probably came with like
it was in the house. I started using it. It's part of my uniform. It's my Rob Lowe Yeti hat.
I'd like to offer my deepest, most heartfelt apology for the unspeakable act I committed. Yes, I used AI to help write my March 2nd, 2026 email of the day submission.
I think Kurt flagged it, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. I understand this has shaken the very foundation of TMA communications. To the ones who expect emails to be handcrafted and typed using only ethically sourced keystrokes, I am truly sorry. I now understand that AI use should be limited to Charlie Marlowe drops and Rodgers and Hammer Toe big band hits. I plan to take some time away to reflect on my betrayal and come back with my batteries recharged and leaving the audience wanting more. Thank you for your patience during my journey of self-discovery. With sincerest apologies, that's from the TMA Troubadour.
TMA Troubadour.
Let me preface this by saying that Tim is exactly right, that there were multiple In Excess songs on the Lost Boys soundtrack, as detailed in Gareth's Emergency, the Real Movie Boy podcast last night. Gareth's doing a Real Movie Boy?
He better not. if he knows what's good for him.
But the Lost Boys theme song, Cry Little Sister, that Jackson defiantly refused to play yesterday, no matter how many times Tim requested it, was performed by Gerard McMahon. Gerard now states that he would have turned it over to INXS for Tim if he could. And the court hoop rock Tigers couldn't focus until this record was set straight. That's from Shooter McGavin, sometimes known as Shooter, the vice president of Quadrant Wobbs.
Shooter McGavin.
And in fairness, I want to quickly say, I thought that the name of the song was In Excess. I didn't realize In Excess was the name of another band that they
You don't know about the band INXS?
No.
You horseplowing me
Nor
out here
did I
today?
know that they spelled it like that.
Michael Hutchins, Asphyxiation.
I don't know. I didn't know. So
God,
that
show
was my
prep,
confusion.
man.
So when you
We're not
said
show prep.
In Excess, I was like, Lost Boys doesn't have a song called In Excess.
Gosh.
But I figured it out.
Listen like thieves.
Martin was the biggest hit, New Sensation.
Naming
Would that
more
be the
song
biggest
titles
hit?
is going to make me remember a
New
band I've never heard
Sensation,
of.
But when you hear New Sensation, you'll go, "Oh, I recognize that." There's no
that
way
could
you
be
won't.
that could be the case.
Never say good. Was it Never Say Goodbye, or was that Bon Jovi? Never Tear Us Apart, maybe.
Never Tear Us Apart.
Right.
But when you say Lost Boys In Excess, I think that's the name of the song, and I think that's fair. But I figured it out.
Sup, boys? God, sports in this town's terrible. First, we got the Blues, who are going to nuke the roster and trade the last of our Cup champs away. We've got the Dome decaying in front of our very eyes. We have the Cardinals, who will compete with the bottom dwellers. But the dinner bell heard round Jeffco was rang. $29 all you can shovel into your gullet was announced.
All you can shovel is good.
Eierheim is even offering to shovel it in your mouth for an extra $100 too. Hot dogs, fries, brats, and hell, they'll throw in the leftover grease too.
Ugh.
I think the strategy is if they're so fat they can't leave, they'll have to buy season tickets. What a time to be alive. Is all is right in St. Louis now. Love you, Tim. I'm jealous of your seat. That's from Average Sized Shabongas.
Average size Shabongas.
Yesterday, Chet said, "Oh, so you think you can dance?" as our tongues met in the middle of the bunless hot dog we shared.
Oh.
As our nose tips touched, I couldn't help but notice that Chet had a twinkle in his eye. One I hadn't seen since 2009 when we became fast neighbors. Our lips met as we both took down the all beef, fresh off the grill's sizzling glizzy. I haven't been kissed like that since I went to my IBS doctor back in '97. Following our lip-locking session, Chet got me all hot with his passionate Cardinal takes. They're usually irrelevant and outdated because Chet hasn't been a true fan since 1983, but I don't have the heart to tell him. His takes used to land him guy after guy at the local VFW. But when the team switched over to streaming only, Chet's antenna couldn't pull the games anymore, and his sexual prowess went from hot to cold. Not to mention, there were only about 5 regulars who went to the VFW to drink back in the 80s, so Chet ran through them pretty quick, and they all knew each other's bedsheet tricks. After we settled down, we got to work on fixing my deck, which was the reason he came over in the first place. Looking back on it now, it's hard to believe that all of this happened simply because I asked him for some help with sinking some screws in my loose deck boards. But it all makes sense because I don't actually have any loose deck boards. Actually, I don't even have a deck. Joke's on him. Love works in mysterious ways.
Oh,
Doug, that's Chet's neighbor.
Chet's neighbor.
Kind of ratting out Chet.
Yeah, it does seem like something
These are
going on there.
long emails.
Well, people want a garage door from Jason Gassrow and Schaefer Door Company.
Be the end of the month soon.
Yeah, here we go. We are all thinking it, so I'm just going to say it. Tim was awe-inspiring today, but this email is about my first digital stimulation encounter. 1999, Watson Road, bowling alley. Up came driving a LeBaron convertible with the hottest sports reporter ever.
Kevin Miller. This is Kevin Miller.
Horrible timing because I was simply off my game. He was like, "I know a little bit about bowling. Take your clothes off. They're inhibiting your movements. I'll show you." I responded, "But your hands covered in Vaseline. How are you going to even hold the ball?" Next thing I know, I was on all fours.
Oh.
Is there something called colon bowling?
Oh, no, there is not. There absolutely is not.
This email comes from Vin, and then the last name was Gehring.
Vin Gehring. He's new.
Welcome to the show. Thanks for finding us. Doug, that's what we have for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. A lot to choose from. These listeners want a garage door. Thank you, Jason Gassrow of Schaefer Door Company. Thank you, Design Air Heating and Cooling. Seth Goldcamp. You make the world go round.
It was a Ken Burns installment there. Wow. I think I met Jason unknowingly. Yes, I was leaving. I said hi to a gentleman.
Yeah,
Next thing I know, he's on the show.
Yeah, in studio.
Yeah, a great, wonderful sponsor.
Yeah, you better believe it. Jason Gassrow, Schaefer Door.
He's probably wondering why onboard included a brisk walk to the elevator.
All right, we will vote. We'll announce the winner coming up. It's TMA 101 ESPN. College basketball's nonstop, big games, tight spreads, momentum swings every night. And now FanDuel is giving you a way to turn that energy into even bigger wins with a college basketball parlay profit boost. Here's how it works. Build any college hoops parlay like the early tip, the rivalry game, the ranked matchup, the late night West Coast shootout. Mix spreads, totals, props, whatever fits your read of the slate. Then just apply your profit boost and instantly bump up that potential payout. Go safe, go spicy, go with the team you've been following all season. It's your parlay, your style, now with more upside behind it. Head to FanDuel.com/local to get started. FanDuel, play your game. Must be 21 or older and present. Missouri. Opt-in required. Minimum 2-leg parlay required. Bonus issued is now throwable. Boost builder tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update. It's brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. Blues back in action tonight, taking on the Seattle Kraken with a 8 p.m. pregame and a 9 p.m. puck drop right here on 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct.
I thought we were going to hit NXS there. What's going on with the return music, Doug? Do you?
I don't know what's going on here.
You pissed too?
I'm really unhappy right now because of this.
It's the remix album. TMA 101 ESPN 10 o'clock hour is brought to you by Design Air Heating and Cooling. You can always go back and podcast this program. The podcast on 101 ESPN is brought to you by Schaefer Door Company. And Jason Gassera was in studio yesterday, and we are very grateful for his support and the prize he is providing for the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Month winner. Design Air, sponsor of the 10 o'clock hour podcast, sponsored by Schaefer Door Company. Doug, this is encouraging, I think. We have Timmy Caperso of Sports Illustrated. I assume he's a real person. Al Fornicola turned out not to be. He ranked the MLB 30 opening day starters from best to worst.
Okay.
Who do you think he had as best?
Paul Skeens.
No. He's second.
Okay. Tarek Skubal.
That's correct.
Okay.
Paul Skeens second. Who do you think's third?
Oh, gosh. Oh, did you say third?
Yeah.
See, who's the third best pitcher in baseball?
We haven't said Libertor yet.
I wouldn't think Libby will be up there necessarily.
Braden Sheen.
I don't think it's going to be Sheen. Who's the Yankees ace right now? Is it who's the Yankees ace? Is it Max Fried? Probably not Max Fried, right?
Max Fried is ace.
My girl Bill.
Not Bill.
Okay.
Yoshinobu Yamamoto of the Los Angeles Baseball Dodgers.
Okay.
Garrett Crochet is 4. Chris Sale is 5. Christopher Sanchez is 6. Hunter Brown of the Astros, 7. You mentioned Max Fried is 8. Brian Wu.
Woo. Brian Wu.
Of the Seattle Mariners is 9. And Logan Webb of the Giants.
Okay.
And DeSmet's own Tony Vitello, 10. You notice Matthew Libertor not in the top 10.
Yeah, glaring omission.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, where is he?
It's 29th, right ahead of Kyle
29th?
Freeland.
Who's the worst?
Kyle Freeland of the Rockies.
Oh, gosh.
If you're not first, you're last, so I think it's no big deal, you know?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know that logic holds up here.
Oh, Ricky Bobby would disagree.
Will Ferrell, John C. Riley.
Do they rate the entire pitching staff, the starters?
No, just the starters for opening day.
So we got the 29th best starter going opening day.
Yep.
Oh, brother.
It's got the Rays revenge factor, though. You always think about that. When
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
See?
Will be coming up in the
Yeah,
Tampa
can't like that.
organization. Yeah, he's really upset that he doesn't get to play in what we call yesterday, the fecal depot.
No, they're playing in whatever that thing, Tropicana.
Which would you rather play in, Tropicana or the fecal depot?
Wow, that's a good question.
At least you get the sunshine with
Twitter
the
tweets
with the toilet bowl.
Doug, but again, I'm putting the bankroll on the Cardinals over 69.5. So I'll have a sweat all season.
Yep.
Well, bankroll season.
You'll be rooting hard for him.
You better believe it. Get me invested. That's what that's going to do. You're welcome to text in at 314-399-9646. And you're also welcome to call in. Callier and Thompson phone lines 314-974-0101. That is how you can participate in this presentation. Callier and Thompson sponsor the phone lines. Doug, anything you want to say about Callier and Thompson? It's up to you if you do. I mean,
Well, Callier and Thompson is where you go to get your house fixed up. Callier and Thompson is your go-to source for every design consideration. They carry the best cabinets, appliances, countertops in the business. When Callier and Thompson walks away from a job, you will be super happy and have a remodel that will last a lifetime. You're saying, well, is this a Johnny-come-lately company? Absolutely not. been in business since the 1950s. Their employees have more than 165 years of combined experience. They have done everything, seen everything, and they have fixed it. They're not going to be the cheapest in town. They won't be the most expensive either. Right there in the sweet spot where you know you are getting real quality, and it won't break the bank, hopefully. They do kitchens, they do bathrooms, they do basements, wine rooms, man caves, bars, accent rooms, fireplace walls, offices. They have their own painting department. They do staircases, LED lighting. As I said, appliances, you name it, they will do it. They carry the best cabinets, countertops. When they do a kitchen, I mean, it stays done. These people are just the absolute best. Don't believe me? Head out to their showroom on Manchester and Baldwin. You can check out more than 20 new kitchen display areas and get a good idea of what you can do with your kitchen. It's quality that's going to last without another remodel. C&T gets the job done the right way the first time. Collier and Thompson is on Manchester and Baldwin, next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Come home to quality online at collierandthompson.com.
There it is. Monitoring the NHL trade deadline. Jeremy Rutherford with us earlier in the program and monitoring what is doing right now. Will Robert Thomas be a member of the St. Louis Blues when they play in San Jose on Friday night? JR on the road with the team. He joined us from Seattle earlier this morning. He just posted a column from The Athletic in which athletic writers are saying that logic dictates that Jordan Binnington would be a goalie that teams would want to try to acquire for the stretch run. That column just up at The Athletic, and you can read that and go back and listen to Jeremy Rutherford with us as we talk about this trade deadline situation, in particular with Robert Thomas, but also Jordan Binnington. Darren Dreger earlier this morning tweeting, "It's believed St. Louis and Buffalo went the distance on Thomas trade talks. Sounds like the Sabres are not willing to part with the necessary pieces, prospects, players, first-round pick. Still teams nibbling, but the Blues are firm in what the return needs to be for the young center." And John Buccigross. Doug, you ever play that Bucci overtime challenge on the Twitter tweets?
No, I don't. Should I?
He says the Sabres weren't getting Robert Thomas for the Rochester All-Stars. So there you go, Doug. So
okay.
That's what the Sabres were trying to accomplish. So there is what is going on the NHL trade deadline, and I would imagine there will be a lot more involving the Blues between now and 2 p.m. on Friday, 101 ESPN, your home for all Blues news. And tonight's game, Blues and Kraken pregame here, 8 p.m., puck drop, 9 p.m. The program's called TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. We broadcast from the Stiefel Studios on 101 ESPN and the TMA Steel YouTube channel. All right, do you recognize this, Papers? Nope.
I do not. It sounds like something I've heard before, but it kind of just sounds like late 80s pop rock. Not saying.
Ladies love that Michael Hutchins, Doug.
Do they really?
I like it.
The ladies kind of like any rock star, though, don't they?
Do you think Adam Duritz is like the prime example of that, where like you have this ridiculous hairstyle and yet you still sleep with the...
Sounds like you're dread shaming.
Yeah, I might be.
314-974-0101. If you have dreads, call in and talk to Jackson.
I don't know. Trying to see how I'm going to angle this.
Yeah,
I'll just say
as much time.
White guys with dreads, yeah, not great.
Wow.
Well, have you ever seen one that looked good?
No.
I haven't either.
Phone lines are lighting up from white gentlemen with dreads.
all two of them.
In the St. Louis area. They love sports talk radio.
Yeah, right. White guys with dreads exclusively listen to 101 ESPN. And not their own mixtapes they made in 2008.
314-399-9646. If you are a white gentleman with dreads, you can attack Jackson. For that, Adam Duritz had a wonderful run, Doug. 2/3 of the female cast of Friends. What about that? I mean, he must have done pretty well.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't think Jennifer Aniston's recommending him to Courtney Cox. You know what I mean?
I'm sure he's a wonderful gentleman, and I like some of the Counting Crows music, and definitely no
now
shade
you're
to
gonna piss off Producer Joe.
Definitely no shade to Producer Joe.
Producer Joe loves Counting Crows.
Yeah, he's
big fan of Producer Joe, so I would never disparage Counting Crows, and I like a lot of their music. I think Doug's theory of like if you're a front man of a band, you kind of step to the front of the line in terms of some of the most beautiful women in the world.
Mm-hmm.
I think that Adam Duritz would be like a prime example.
What about Dennis DeYoung?
Who'd he lead?
Styx.
I like that song Renegade. They play it at Steelers games. It's good stuff. What does he look like?
Can vouch for it.
What does he look like?
Doug, what is...
I don't think it matters.
What's his name?
If you're the lead
Young?
guy in a big time band, it doesn't matter what you look like.
Dimitri Young?
Yeah, he had a triple or something.
See if Jackson knows Need You Tonight. That's from the 314.
Need You Tonight. Is this also by...
In Excess.
No, if I didn't know that song, I don't know any of them.
Look at Jackson turning on his own people. That's from the D-Gen from Jeffco.
I don't have dreads.
That's interesting.
Jackson, Love is Blind, good or bad?
Love is Blind. Any dating reality show is probably not up my alley personally, but again, not casting any aspersions on what people watch.
Look for me on the St. Louis season.
Hating on anyone's hustle. Are you trying out?
I applied.
Yeah, all right.
Did you really?
Yeah, haven't heard back.
Counting Crows writes, woo girl ballads.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
It's Doug's prison wallet.
Winery anthems.
Winery Anthems. Is that really a genre?
I don't know. I don't know.
You might want to see if you can trademark that like yacht rock.
Yeah.
Winery Anthems.
I don't
and
know.
Those are the woo girls?
When I hear woo girls, I think of winery anthems.
What would be a winery anthem?
What would be a prime?
Apparently Counting Crows, according to Doug's prison wallet.
Like Accidentally in Love by Counting Crows. But I don't want to cast aspersions.
And what is the demographic of a woo girl? I mean,
I don't even know.
I've never heard winery anthem or woo girl, and I'm learning things right here on this program.
I want the texter to send in their definition and see if I agree with it. When I hear woo girl, it's like get a couple of seltzers in you, and then you start screaming woo.
Like a Nashville bachelorette party?
Oh, yeah. That's all they do.
The big woo. It's all woos.
They drive around in the topless buses.
Yeah.
Go, woo.
I got to get back to
having
Nashville.
the time of our lives. Woo. Okay, stop it.
Jackson, it's drunk chick dance music, DCDM. That's from the 618.
All right. Now chain smokers. Yeah. All right.
Chain smokers is woo girl?
It's a little bit. Yeah, I'd say.
Okay. Sweet Caroline's a woo girl anthem.
No, I think that's just that's a song that everyone knows and can sing along to.
Josh Bob Bill, who shares a building with Keisha Gray in Tampa, says Shania Twain.
Oh.
It's a 90s woo girl anthem.
Doug, Wagon Wheel is a woo girl song. That's from Merp the Barbarian.
Now I'm getting it. Okay. Yeah,
That's Darius Rucker. He held that invitational. Is that at Shelter Cove on Monday down there in Hilton Head?
That's a winery anthem. Big time. Yeah. I can get with that.
Winery Anthems, Soak Up the Sun, Girls Just Want to Have Fun, anything Britney Spears or boy bands. That's in the 618. Man, I am learning things.
Chairman just sat up a little bit once he heard boy band getting thrown into that category.
I was looking them up. What about Bleeding Love, Leona Lewis?
Oh, yeah.
Bleeding Love. That's obscure to me. That's obscure to me. Was that 2007 or 8?
I don't know the song.
8. That was 07?
Mm-hmm. I was listening to a lot of Sirius XM back then. That song was coming on all the time.
And why do the woo girls like that? Isn't that a sad song?
It's pretty upbeat. I think the lyrics might be a little more sad, but the song itself is pretty upbeat.
Huh.
Yeah, Bleeding Love's a good call.
Jason Derulo's Fire, Doug. That's from the Ladue Lawn Boy.
There's a lot of truth to that.
Bob Dylan wrote Wagon Wheel. It's from Pele Blanco.
Did he really?
A woo girl is a 35 to 50-year-old woman who is out with female friends, typically for a bachelorette party or some sort of special occasion. They can be both single and or married, but the most ferocious woo girl is typically the one that's the least satisfied with their current standing relationship.
Okay, that
that's
makes
from
sense.
Bucky's Bang Bus.
That makes some
I can
sense.
tell you, I think Bucky might know.
Yeah, he's driven the bus. But he did say they could be single and or married. You can't be single and married.
Some people act like it.
Are you shaming the infidels amongst us?
No. Well, I'm, of course, Marty Monogamy.
You are. Yeah. You've been on the record on that, even though the ladies want you to be polyamorous.
Yeah, so many people have been clamoring for me to take on multiple partners, but I will.
Cut that off.
I will. I'm a one-woman kind of guy. I'm a one-woman kind of guy.
Jackson.
Yo.
We're rolling to Nashville this weekend, and you are absolutely invited. Small detail, my wife and I may need you to supervise our tiny humans while we go cause a little trouble on Broadway. Let me know if you're in. That's from the Soggy Biscuit.
He needs a babysitter.
Would that make me an au pair?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, a traveling au pair.
Yeah. No, not interested. The move is to go next weekend for the, not this coming weekend, but the weekend after for the SEC tournament.
Dave Matthews fan meets the Lumineers fan is the pumpkin spice latte of the Woo Girls.
Lumineers is a fantastic anthem. And the song Ho Hey especially is like the winery anthem.
Woo Girls have a fall girl uniform, and you know it, Doug.
Yeah.
Well, what is it?
Oh, Riptide by Vance Joy. Big winery
Wow,
anthem.
you are.
Yeah.
You're. I got to tell you, I thought you were a ball knower. You're a Woo Girl knower.
Yeah, Riptide, Vance Joy. Major. That's like, to me, the same as Ho Hey by Lumineers.
I know one part of the uniform, Doug.
What?
That hat.
Yeah, the Camden hat.
I have the winery girl hat.
Clip that off.
You have it. They like it, or that's what they wear?
That's what they wear. Okay. I like it, so I sometimes wear it as well.
Oh, do you really?
Woo Girls have festive signs on their front porch made out of old barnwood.
Oh.
This is a whole thing.
Yeah.
I mean, I have never learned more on this show.
Yeah.
I didn't even know what a Woo Girl was.
I
It
know.
probably says live, laugh, love.
Well, more like bless this mess.
Hey, idiots. Woo Girls is from an episode of How I Met Your Mother. It's single girls who love to party and constantly yell woo. That's from Injun Joe's Cave Right Magic Men.
Got it.
There's a lot of that.
Yeah. You ever watch How I Met Your Mother?
No.
I like everybody in it, and I've never seen it. But it feels like I'm too late to the party now.
I don't know.
Network
That was a
sitcom that
network
came
show?
out, yeah, in like the mid-aughts.
Okay.
Jason Segel and Neil Patrick Harris.
Sup, boys? I love this show. Was Jackson at Felix's on Saturday? Thanks. It's on the 314.
I was.
Wow.
Yeah.
Sounds like a lady might have been.
No, it was a big group.
Yeah, but a lady might have seen you from across the bar.
You think that's a woman texting
Hell
in?
yeah, it's this show.
Yeah. There's a lot of women in the 10 o'clock hour.
Is Felix a speakeasy?
It's a pizza and
Wonderful pizza place, Dogtown, baby.
Yeah,
Okay.
Dogtown.
Great cocktail lounge.
It's a great, you do that, then you head over to Tam, you know.
You love that Tam Ave bar.
It's my spot.
Is it right? So
Oh,
if
it's
ladies
great.
wanted to meet you, go to Tam Ave.
But yeah, I'd say like...
Would you get there early for a matinee taste if the Tigers beat Arkansas at 11 o'clock on
I could see
Saturday?
that happening, yeah.
Look at this guy. Huh?
I could see that happening.
Matinee taste.
They put in, so Nomad used to be their restaurant in Tam, which is great. They had a wonderful pastrami, but they put in a bird and barrel chicken spot. Really good.
Are there woo girls at this pizza place?
Sure, I'm sure there are.
Is that right?
I'm sure woo girls, populate around the entire area.
Doug, dem Felix wings don't play. That's from Mrs. Janie Shanahan.
Okay. Can't confirm.
Yep.
Taking my 8-year-old to the Billiken game this evening. I'm operating the premise my 4-year-old is not listening because, as Martin said, it's always best to lie.
Fingers
the
crossed.
4-year-old's going to be furious that he's not going. I'd like to take him somewhere to dine.
Ooh. It feels like
it sounds like you got a recommendation.
Doesn't
for
it
him.
feel like a Max Local Eat kind of night?
It could be.
Doesn't it feel like it's
Could
right there
be.
on the way?
Yeah, see that Chris McKenzie over there, Doug?
Doesn't it feel like just a little Max Local Eat
It's not a bad play.
No.
Now, if I take 40, Doug says 44 is, what do you say?
God's highway.
Yeah, Yahweh made 44. Yeah, Hove.
Yeah, you could go 44 Kings Highway.
But for whatever reason, anytime you drive eastbound from where I reside, which of course is Huntley, and you take Lindbergh 40, for whatever reason at 40 and 170, and I'm asking Buck Swope, I might commission him, Doug? Is that what I would do?
I guess.
Yeah, like an artist.
Yeah, to do a deep dive into how 40 had a shutdown reconstruction in 2008 that lasted, I think, 18 months, and somehow the traffic is worse at 40 and 170
They
than
didn't
it was
fix much.
beforehand.
They didn't fix nothing.
I need a deep dive on it. We've had theories and/or knowledge sent in, but I need Buck Swope's investigation.
Yeah, I live in that area, and
It's like comical to me.
Yeah, well, you get
I'm like,
all
what's
that-
going on? Nothing.
Yeah.
It just was poorly designed.
Yeah, you get all the 170 traffic, all the Brentwood traffic by all those businesses merging into already rush hour traffic on 40.
But it's
and you
not
get-
rush hour. It's like 6:30. It's just dumb.
But if there's any people coming from any of those areas, it's all converging. You get one extra lane for like half a mile. So it's, poor design.
Woo Girls got phased out of Ladue, but you can smell the ripped jeans, flannel, and desperation from miles away. That's from the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom. So they got phased out of Ladue?
Or shoot away. Go and get. That's what they were told.
Tim, go to O.B. Clark's for Winky Winky Zaza.
What is
What
that?
does that mean?
It's Lady Sonia's teacup.
I do like the pizza there.
Where do you think the woo girl capital of the city would be?
It's a great question, Chairman.
The woo girl capital of the city or just the St. Louis area? in
St.
general?
Louis area.
On the weekends, Washington Mo or Augusta. Weekdays, Clayton probably.
Washington Mo. What's going on there?
Winery season, baby.
Don't talk to me like that.
Yeah, absolutely.
What's the winery in Washington?
Washington, that's wine country.
Are you thinking of Augusta?
Augusta,
out in,
Washmo, like
I thought it was Herman was
Herman,
there, yeah.
that too. That's
a ways from Washington.
Where's Washington?
That's where that state fair I went to that was odorous.
Odiferous. Was there
That's
any
the
woo
word. I
girls
didn't think
there?
that was a word. What's that?
Odiferous is a word. I don't know what it means. Is there some woo girls at that?
I think there was people of all types there. That was just a sea of humanity.
Melting pot.
Beer Cat's texts have to be read because he Venmos me money. It's like a super chat, but directly through me.
Right.
Woo winery girls all wear those big dumb hats, some flannel with a sweater, high boots, and their kids are named Braxton, Thaxton, Jackson, and Paxton, and River. Basic ass bitches. That's from Beer Cats, and he is in love with Hot Wife Autumn.
He did a lot of hot wifing down there in the Crystal City region, we understand.
Yeah.
Is that a woo girl thing?
I don't like mine.
Is hot wifing woo girl?
I imagine they have woo girls in Crystal
I
City.
don't like how mine
And
thrown
Festus.
into that Hoosier ass name list. Maybe it's Jackson with an X.
It was.
Okay, good.
So you're fine with it?
Yeah, different name than mine.
Doug, Brick House is Woo Girl Central.
Is it really?
It's good to know.
And that's Frontenac?
Brick Tops. That's Brick Tops.
It's Brick House. Shiza. Brick.
Oh, the song.
I don't know.
Tim, go to Humphreys and take the shuttle. That's from the SEMO Indians.
Good wings there, too.
Wentzville is crawling with woo girls. That's from Beer Cats.
Is it?
This guy's all over the place.
All right. Talk about the Battlehawks. You and then uses the T word that I can't say on the air. British people like to use it more often.
Got it.
Yeah, but he really wants a breakdown. And Doug, you kind of you're doing what are you doing a podcast preview of the UFL?
I do a podcast almost every day about the Battlehawks. And when I find out where they're playing, and who's on their team, it's gonna improve.
And you were telling me, Doug, the quarterback's
not that good.
The quarterback's who?
Oh, I don't have the slightest idea who the quarterback is. We'll get to that maybe later in the season.
Nail that down.
Do they have a roster yet? They've got a roster. Okay, they do have a roster.
There's just no way to know.
This podcast is going to do big numbers.
I don't see a quarterback. Surely they'll play with a quarterback.
Listen to this podcast.
I would too.
Harrison Frost is a quarterback. Okay. Now it makes sense.
Yeah, Frosty the Snowman is what they call
he
him.
played at Mercer right there in Macon, Georgia.
I cannot believe you guys replaced Jeremy Rutherford. That's from Don and the Lou. What does that mean? The man was on with us an hour and a half ago.
It was JR from 7 to 11 for years.
You're welcome to attack the program. Text it in, 314-399-9646. You can also do so in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where 218 friends are in there talking it over right now, Doug, and you got to get to 6,700 subscribers to get the gold bullion. Mm-hmm. Well, it's getting closer here. It's at 6,680. So if you can get 10 tomorrow and 10 on Friday, bonus.
I'll get my bullion.
There you go. We will have the winner of the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day announced here coming up. BK and Ferrario at the top of the hour. I would like to talk about a gentleman by the name of James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, who's online at carltoninsurance.net. He sponsors this program. He sponsors the Tim McKernan Show podcast, and I am a client of his. Jackson's a client of his. Jamie Rivers is now a client of his. Brandon Kiley is a client of his. We're saving money, and we're experiencing great customer service from James Carlton and his team at carltoninsurance.net. That's James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, 314-961-4800. James has been doing this now for 18 years, and in all of his career, he says he has never seen rates drop like this for automotive insurance, and that is an incentive for you to make, I would say a 2-minute phone call and see if it could wind up saving you and your family thousands of dollars. 314-961-4800. Go online at carltoninsurance.net. This program is called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMASTL YouTube channel. Well, it is storm season in the St. Louis area. You can already sense it by the fact that we've got temperatures in the 30s one day, and then it looks like it could be in the 80s on Friday. My goodness. Well, when that happens, we experience hail in the St. Louis area. Even got some already on Sunday night. That's where Roof Restore can help you out. Roof Restore can help you out right away. Roof Restore will help your roof perform better protect it in a hailstorm. By increasing shingle flexibility and granule adhesion, Roof Restore can help your roof. Protect your roof from spring storms by calling Roof Restore for a free, no-obligation inspection. It's Roof Restore online at notanewroof.com or by calling 314-279-ROOF. Roof Restore, locally owned right here in St. Louis, and they are on board with a TMA float trip, which might be the best thing I can say about them. Visit notanewroof.com or call 314-279-ROOF today to see if your roof is a candidate, and save your roof and save your money. So Jackson says this is the Woo Girl anthem?
Oh, is it
The
really?
Winery Anthem of the Year.
What's the name of this song?
Ho Hey by the Lumineers.
Oh, hey. Because it's easy to sing to.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's a bad song by any means.
I would think a lot of Woo girls would find you to be a nice dish on the menu, if you know what I mean, huh?
How old do you want me to be?
Jeff Ablin.
I'd like to be a little dish.
But off. The program's called The Morning After. Riz Stalter and I are getting together for Spread Zone here. You'll be able to watch that. Papers and I got to tell you, I've gotten some really good emails for QFTA here in the last week.
Sweet. Love it.
T. McKernan at InsideSTL.com is how you can send your emails in. It can be questions, comments, preferably erotic stories, but usually they come from guys making them up, so we might have moved on.
Okay. Might have.
That's been tough to have to look in the mirror on that one. But if you want to email in, anything works. TMCKERNAN at InsideSTL.com. We'll come back with winner of the email today next year on 101 ESPN.
A Tullamore Dew Irish whiskey toast for this year's St. Patrick's Day. Here's to making a big whiskey in a small town. To a triple blend of spirit, but a single purpose of community. To the friends in our lives, not the likes in our phones. To a genuine toast over a round with your favorite people. Let me paint you a picture. Maybe you're having a couple of beverages with your friends before you go out to the St. Patrick's Day parade. Maybe you're just enjoying a nice night before going out to a little patio action. Pick yourself up a bottle of Tullamore Dew, pour each one of your friends a shot of Tullamore Dew, and cheers to each other, because having good friends is the foundation on which Tullamore Dew was built. Celebrate the holiday this year with an official sponsor of the St. Louis Dogtown Parade, Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey. It's triple blended, triple distilled for the ultimate balance and flavor. Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume, imported by William Grant & Sons, Inc., New York, New York. Please enjoy Tullamore Dew responsibly. This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Blues Kraken tonight, 8 p.m. pregame, 9 p.m. puck drop right here on 101 ESPN. That was their Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
What do we got on the winner of the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today?
Winner today, average size Shabongas.
Wow.
Gosh.
That was the one that wanted to hook up with me.
Oh.
I didn't even vote for her. That's great.
You did vote for her?
No, I didn't.
Well, I didn't either.
Wow. Jackson, Chairman, and Martin.
Mm-hmm.
They want to see me hook up with average size Shabongas.
Hey, listen, this was the most variety we've had in the voting. Well, yesterday was also
great statement.
Which was a lot of variety in terms of the vote. The winning vote getter got 2 votes.
BK and Ferrario are coming up next from 11 to 2. The Fast Lane from 2 to 6. Blues and Kraken here on 101 ESPN, 8 p.m. Pregame, puck drop, 9 p.m. How different will the Blues look by the time 8 p.m. rolls around? We will see. A lot to monitor, and BK and Ferrario will have the latest throughout the day, along with the Fast Lane. Time for us to go. Bye.